Paul Pogba has been in the news, but Paul Pogba, it would seem, has got himself another football club set to join up at Monaco on a 2-year deal. But this is the same Paul Pogba who was provisionally suspended in September 2023 after being randomly tested following Juventus' first match of the 23-24 season. On the 20th of August, Pogba was suspended by Italy's National Anti-Doping Tribunal after a drugs test that had found elevated levels of testosterone in his system. Testosterone, a hormone that increases endurance, and the ban was reduced after CAS accepted that Pogba's argument that his ingestion of a banned substance was, quote, not intentional, and CAS cut the ban from 4 years to 18 months, adding that the French international should have paid greater care in the circumstances. Now it seems all is virtually good in the Pogba camp, and Pogba can return to football, and Monaco is the destination in mind. Eric Biederman is a top journalist for L'Equipe and joins us on a regular basis, and Eric joins us now live this morning. Eric, good morning. Pogba back and Monaco is the club. Good morning to you. Is this proof that a doping ban doesn't equal damaged goods if you're a footballer?
No, of course, when you are a world champion, when you are the leading figure of the 2018 world champion French team, he was the soul of the dressing room. You can forgive a lot. He had suspension, then he's back as a player available, and we were expecting him maybe to go on a kind of more exotic football just to make some money and have some rest. But the challenge is interesting because Monaco is a top leading French club, and Monaco is qualified for the Champions League this season. So the football challenge behind his comeback to us, it's very meaningful.
I see. 18 months away from the game, last playing in 2023. He's going to have to regain his poise and show us what he can do pretty quickly. In other words, Eric, he's going to have to hit the ground running, isn't he?
Yeah, but as Monaco is qualified directly for the final phase of the Champions League, he won't have to be ready before September. It means that he can do his full time of physical setup, then do the friendly, then do the very first game in the French league, and we don't expect him to play at this stage. So it's a gamble, but it's a long-range gamble. We won't judge Paul in September and even till the end of the 2025 year. So the question mark is how mentally and how physically he is. Physically, we know that he's still in shape, but is he ready to mentally focus again as a world-class player? Because you don't want to have Pogba coming from Monaco and to be a kind of a substitute or kind of a not normal player. We need at Monaco, we need soul, we need strongness, we need a leader. And that's the bet of Monaco.
Eric, Simon is with me as always. Simon, you believe in second chances, I'm sure. We see this a lot in boxing. Yeah, does he deserve this chance?
If someone's prepared to give it, then he deserves it. I mean, it's easy to forgive somebody when you don't have to pay probably a transfer fee to get him in the first place, and probably there might be a depression of the wages that he might have been able to ask you once for. And you might take that punt, and football will take those punts. We've seen many characters over the years not failing drugs tests, but being difficult to handle, whether it be George Best back in the day or other players that have challenged the orthodoxy of how you should behave and how you should live your life as an athlete, and yet being given more chances at football clubs. So, look, there was this sanctimonious attitude towards people that failed drugs tests in football more than there is in any other industry. I mean, we had Nick Kyrgios on this morning talking about Yannick Sinner failing a drugs test, giving an explanation, but not being responsible for his masseuse, but really being responsible for him and getting a 3-month ban. Canelo Alvarez is applauded as the greatest fighter on the planet, going into the biggest fight in boxing history this September. No one seems to be worried about the drug tests that he failed in the past. And Tyson Fury, the same thing, and there's an explanation behind all of them, and all of them have an explanation, which is, it wasn't my fault, Gov. I didn't realise what was going on around me, and Pogba has the same. The problem for Pogba with us over here is that the background noise about Pogba at Man United and the mood music was he was a bleeding pest and above his station. So with all that in mind, it makes it difficult to sit here in all objectivity and say, well, he deserves it, an opportunity. He deserved the ban because he's a fool, because he's a highly paid athlete that's responsible for what goes in his body, and if he doesn't know what goes in his body, he shouldn't put it there, whether it was vitamins that he took when he's in America or whatever the excuse was. He knows the game, he knows the spaces in, and he's certainly got the resources around him to defend himself against that mistake. But if Monaco want to bring him back, and Monaco want to play him, then I hope he earns that right, and I hope he repays Monaco's faith.
Some good points made by Simon there, Eric. What kind of reception is Pogba going to get? Not just from Monaco fans, but from away fans, PSG fans who'll be baying for him. Marseille, can you imagine when he pitches up at the Velodrome? What kind of reception is he going to get?
I think he will get a positive reception.
Really?
Why?
From all of them?
Yeah. Let me explain. The French league, except Paris Saint-Germain, is struggling. He's struggling in terms of money. He's struggling in terms of quality player. They lose every year their top names. And when you have in the French Premier League, so-called the Farmers League, somebody like Paul Pogba coming, of course there will be debate. Of course there will be critics about his past, about about Man United behavior and when he left to Juventus, when Fergie was furious like hell. All these stories are true, but we desperately need to have strong name emerging in the French league. And why Monaco is a perfect bet to me because Monaco, it's a safe place. You can really handle a player. It's a place where Paul Pogba will be just a normal citizen. He will be the neighbor of Lewis Hamilton, the neighbor of Pogacar, the neighbor of Max Verstappen, the neighbor of all the world-class sportsmen. So to arrive there is a kind of a safe, quiet, no media circus, no fan circus. So some away game, of course, it will be maybe good, but it will be seen as an attraction. An attraction makes the people happy.
Eric, brilliant to have you on board again, as always. Merci bien, Eric Bilderman, top journalist for L'Equipe. But it does show, Simon, does it not, again, that when it comes to drugs, zero tolerance doesn't necessarily mean zero tolerance.
Well, it doesn't mean that you're out ad infinitum. It doesn't mean one strike and you're out.
Some people think it should.
Well, certainly in boxing, people would make that argument because of the damage that can be done by an athlete that's enhanced. In sports, yes, in other sports, there's less physical impact than others, but more an advantage that gives you an advantage to be better at your job. So if the governance says you should be banned for life, then you should be banned for life. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Then you've got, of course, a 4-year ban doesn't mean a 4-year ban because those busy buggers over at Court of Arbitration of Sport say, well, actually, they're the ones that are saying, actually, that can't be right.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to look at it in the rounds and say, should somebody that enhances themselves in a physical sport be banned from it? Should it be one strike? And then should they be able to have the ability to be able to appeal it against the Court of Arbitration of Sport, which seems to step in? Now, of course, the other side of the argument is sometimes if it's not done deliberately, and how can people prove things are deliberate? And they've always got the cover. Yeah. They've always got the cover to say that I didn't know and it was a mistake, it was an oversight, I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't do it. Yeah. You know, but the fact of the matter is you benefited from it.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Right, bringing you back to the transfer news, we've got Michael Bridge with us now. Right, let's talk Man United. Are they edging closer to getting their second signing of the summer then?
Well, there was a development last night, Hayley. They've made an improved offer of more than £60 million for Bryan Mbeumo. We know they had a bid rejected a few weeks ago, around £45 million plus £10 million in add-ons. We will wait to see if this latest offer will be enough to prize a player away who was absolutely phenomenal under Thomas Frank last season. But Thomas Frank maybe being the key name there. He's no longer going to be the Brentford head coach, of course. He is at Tottenham. Tottenham showed interest, but it does look like if Brentford accept that offer, he will be heading to Old Trafford. And what a season he had last season. We talk about the lack of goal threat from Manchester United under Ruben Amorim last season. He really wants to add to that attacking front line. Of course, they've got Matheus Cunha coming in, but 20 goals last season is ever so impressive. Expected assists first as well. He got 7 assists in the end last season, so a phenomenal season for him for Brentford. Can he match those numbers at Manchester United? If he joins the club, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, because we did think maybe he could be linking up with, of course, Thomas Frank. He could have been going to Tottenham. They wanted him, but who can they maybe turn their attentions to?
Well, there's certainly some real talent still Tottenham are looking at. He was one of a number of players Spurs have discussed ahead of the new season. Anton Semenyo is one name we know that's a player they like. Ebi Eze from Crystal Palace is a player they also like as well, and with reason. He's been absolutely phenomenal for Crystal Palace over the last few seasons. Starring role in the FA Cup final. Look, it's not going to be easy to prize away Eze from Crystal Palace. They've just won the FA Cup. It looks like they should be in Europe now under Oliver Glasner, so we'll wait and see. Is it around 65, 70 million to prize him away? But nothing developing massively yet at the moment, but we know it's a player of interest to them.
OK, good to know. Right, can you bring us up to date with what's happening with Jordan Henderson and his future?
Yeah, really interesting one, this. We brought you this a few hours ago here on Sky Sports News. Now, one of our producers doing the perfect shot here, England training, because he needs a great season to secure his place in Thomas Tuchel's World Cup squad. Maybe that was the biggest surprise when Thomas Tuchel picked his first squad, because you know, he's around 35 years of age now. He was in and out of the Ajax side. Now, what we do know is that he has a clause at Ajax that he's allowed to leave the club on a free transfer, and Marseille and Roberto De Zerbi are keen to take him. So that's one certainly to keep an eye on. OK, that is. Kepa Arrizabalaga switching Chelsea for another London club then. What's happening with Kepa? Where's he going to go? Yeah, it looks like Kepa is on his way to Arsenal. These two London clubs do a lot of business over the years. And it looks like Kepa, who's going to fight for the number one place for David Raya if that move does go ahead. Arsenal had Neto on loan from Bournemouth last season. He'll be back at Bournemouth. And Kepa, of course, who spent last season on loan at Bournemouth, looks like he's heading to Arsenal from Chelsea with this £5 million release clause. We understand he's in London this week to finalise that transfer.
Oh, OK. Thank you very much. I tell you what, just staying here at the moment and staying with, in fact, Chelsea, because they are looking at signing several players this summer, with the club hoping to add a winger and a centre-back ahead of the new Premier League season. Our chief correspondent, Kobe Solikol, has the latest on their potential business.
Chelsea are pressing ahead with a move to sign Jamie Gittins from Borussia Dortmund. Of course, earlier this month, they made a £42 million offer for him, but that bid was rejected by Dortmund, and the two clubs couldn't agree a deal before the first window of the summer closed on the 10th of June. Now, as we reported at the time, Gittins is still a priority target for Chelsea. Both clubs, Chelsea and Dortmund, are out here in the US playing in the Club World Cup, and talks are continuing and ongoing. The player himself is still keen to move to Chelsea, and he was actually an unused substitute in Dortmund's game against Mamelodi Sundowns in Cincinnati on Saturday. Now, Chelsea will sign at least one winger this summer. Garnacho at Manchester United still remains a target as well. They considered making a move for him in January, but a deal couldn't be agreed. He's now been told that he can leave Manchester United, and he was not in the squad for their final Premier League game of the season against Aston Villa. And a couple of days ago, he posted a picture of himself on social media wearing an Aston Villa shirt with Marcus Rashford's name on the back. Meanwhile, Christopher Nkunku, the Chelsea forward, was a United target in January. There were talks held between intermediaries. He will definitely, I think, leave Chelsea this summer, and he hasn't played for them in this Club World Cup. He almost moved to Bayern Munich in January. A deal couldn't be agreed. Of course, Chelsea signed him 2 years ago for £52 million from RB Leipzig. He still has 4 years left on his contract. So could we potentially see a swap deal involving Garnacho and Nkunku? One moving to Chelsea, one moving to United. I'm not so sure, because In the era of PSR and FFP, swap deals really don't make much financial sense.
So the window is really starting to hot up. We've got it all covered. A reminder, the transfer show returns on Friday, 7 p.m, right here on Sky Sports News.
Hello, welcome to the Gab and Jules show. We are split again today. I'm here in London on my own in the studio. Gabby is not here because he's still in Philadelphia in the US covering the Club World Cup for ESPN. Again today, Gabby, we've got so much going on, even outside of the Club World Cup, with some transfers, some other stories. Our friend John Textor obviously features in the show again today. But we wanted to start with Chelsea Flamengo because we felt a lot of things to talk about in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, Jules. There's a ton to talk about. And I was at this game, which of course adds to it. I think what's interesting here, and I think it's inescapable if we just step back more broadly, the Brazilian teams have done extremely well in this Club World Cup so far. And really there was a vibe going into Chelsea against Flamengo. Philadelphia pretty much taken over by Flamengo fans. And they obviously made the most noise in the stadium and whatever else. And I mean, I spoke to somebody from Chelsea who said, look, this is going to be an away game today. And it felt that way. Chelsea taking the lead against the run of play and then pretty much collapsing after the break, Jules.
Yeah, I thought they were never really in that game, which was strange. And we kind of knew what Flamengo would do. They keep the ball so well. They've got Jorginho now, who's just arrived from Arsenal, dictating the play. And it just didn't really work out for Chelsea. Maresca saying that he wanted to try something new in this game, which we saw, a more direct style towards the lap who started, and Nico Jackson was on the bench, and we can get to his case a little bit later. Cole Palmer a bit more on the right, I guess, to be closer to the lap. There was a Cucurella in a normal left back position and not inverted or not higher up on the pitch in the half space on the left. And it just never worked. At least, Gab, I think it's good for him to try things here in his competition. They will still qualify because this was only the second game and they already won the first game. So I expect them to qualify. But probably what he tried didn't really work out. So we might never see it again, right?
Yeah, or at least try it elsewhere. I mean, this whole trying thing, we've seen Palmer play on the wing before. We've seen Cucurella play. We haven't seen this combination with the lap, but when we talk about trying things, we need to be very, very clear. This is Chelsea's best 11 out there. It was the best 11 that was available to him. Anyway, I mean, you know, we can debate Madueke. I actually thought that he moved Palmer to have an extra midfielder in there, possibly with Enzo, although Enzo ended up playing further up the pitch. Precisely because Flamengo keeps the ball well. But that all kind of went to pot, and I'll tell you what, Jules, what impressed me about Flamengo, and it's very obvious in the games, is this is a really accomplished team, and we know this because we know logically they play in Brazil and South America in front of packed houses. But this is a team that's filled with veterans, people who've been there, who've done that. And they were in no means intimidated by Chelsea. And I don't want to say they're going to win it, but they certainly look like a team that's capable of winning it. Certainly the Flamengo fans who are out here, who bring so much enthusiasm, they're convinced they can win it. And I'll tell you what, everybody, all the big European clubs have problems. They all have issues. So I kind of feel like, why not Flamengo?
Yeah, they've been really good. I mean, I'm not sure if this was Chelsea's strongest team when Malo Gusto played at right back and Reece James in midfield. I think there was a lot of other options for Maresca for a better team, and he just tried that and didn't work out. The defending was horrendous on the two goals that were very similar from Flamengo, from Chelsea. Malo Gusto falling asleep, which we know he does defensively, set pieces, zonal marking, people not being picked up. There was a lot of stuff from a Chelsea point of view that were just not acceptable at this level. But for Flamengo, yeah, you're right. They've got the momentum. The big difference, which we've said from the beginning, is they are also halfway through the season. So fitness-wise, it's a massive difference compared to European teams who've had a break already, who are in this as much as this is a tournament that they want to win, but also as a kind of a pre-season, using it as a pre-season too. And that makes a big difference, especially in the heat and the humidity that a lot of those games are playing under in the US.
Yeah, a lot of coaches do this. I don't know how I feel about this preseason, late season argument when they're all going away afterwards and then having another break. I'm talking about the European teams here. But you're right, obviously being mid-season form does have undoubtedly an impact. We haven't even mentioned Mr. Nico Jackson. I'm not going to be too hard on him because he did apologize afterwards. But man, that was stupid. Anyway, we're going to break this down further on the Gavin Jones podcast. All right, so we got to get the Nico Jackson situation out of the room. He comes on 4 minutes later. He gets himself sent off. We were talking off air, Jules. I give him a pass because, not a pass, I'm not giving you a pass, but I can say, all right, you took ownership of it, you apologized for it, it was terrible, I'm assuming lesson learned, move on. But you're not going to be quite as kind, I suspect, Jules.
But he did the same after the Newcastle red card 2 minutes ago.
That's right.
Every time you're going to apologize and we say, oh, it's okay.
That.
We like you, so it's fine. No, it's not fine. You can apologize as much as you want. You can't do that. He's got more red cards than goals in his last 5 games. This is 2 red cards in 4 games. This is just not acceptable. You can't do that. And by the way, if it was, I don't know, clumsy or whatever circumstances that you could say, well, okay, it was a bit harsh from the referee, or maybe. But if he wants the ball on that occasion, he can get the ball. He can get to the ball first. He doesn't even want the ball. He goes straight for the guy's leg. I'm sorry. I'm like this. For me, there's no being, I understand, it's okay, you apologize, let's be kind, let's understand his frustration because he was on the bench. None of that. This was an absolute disgrace tackle.
It was dirty, and obviously let his team down. I suspect they might have actually lost that game anyway, but it was a bad situation. It leaves you with Delap really as your only, I suppose Mark you and Delap in this tournament. But more importantly, going forward, I wonder how it impacts the dynamics, because I'm not 100% sure what Esteval is going to bring to Chelsea this year, given that he's still very, very young. And so I thought, well, maybe if Delap is a success, maybe Jackson can take, get some minutes out on the wing. But to be honest, if he's going to be unsettled by moving around, by not being the main man who plays all the time, I'm not sure that's a good idea either. Because before it was like, oh look, he always gets stupid yellow cards for dissent. Now he's piling up red cards for bad tackle. Not good.
It's not good at all. No, I think it's far too volatile too. I mean, this is professional football. This is the highest level, the highest of the high. You just can't behave like this. Whether you're frustrated, not happy, tired, any reason. There's no reason for behavior like that. And again, we saw it against Newcastle. That could have cost his team a place in the top 5 and the Champions League next season. In the end, it didn't. Okay, but still, that was not acceptable. Now, it could mean, I mean, the Boca Juniors boys got 4 games banned. So I expect Nico to get a 4-game ban too. I don't know if he's been confirmed yet or not. This is it. This tournament is over. And, I'm not saying that with him, Chelsea could have gone all the way and win it, but they would have had more chances to do so than without him, because as you said, Gabi, that leaves you just Delap on his own for the remaining of the tournament pretty much. And the guy has just arrived to the club. So he's just letting the club down so massively in a big tournament like this. It's just not acceptable.
Now, I think that's why it becomes big how Maresca handles him. I think it also becomes really big what Maresca does with his lineup. When I said earlier, it was the strongest lineup, and you said, well, I don't think so, not with Malo Gusto and James. I think in those situations, I think we can both be right. What I meant by the strongest lineup is these were the players he had. These are the players he has. Everybody's pretty much available. And we've seen him do this before, the James in midfield. And obviously Gusto gives you a little bit more of that attacking oomph. I mean, this is his rotation. And so if he's saying he's trying something, he's not trying something that's outlandish, he's never done before, he's not playing the scrub. And I thought it was really disappointing. I don't have so much of an issue with if you want to play Palmer on the right, you kind of need Malo Gusto for the overlap. And sadly, I don't think you can rely on James week in, week out at this stage. But man, it just didn't work. And the Palmer on the wing solution, is this something that goes out the window? Because if I were a conspiracy theorist, Jules, I would look at this and say, okay, you have two wingers going into the season, right, in terms of team building. You have Neto and you have Madueke, and you need at least 4 because you're playing in the Champions League. And then you might have Esteval, or you will have Esteval, but you don't know what he's going to give you because he's very young. You have Terry George, who's also very, very young. You don't know what he's going to give you. You don't know if somebody new is coming in. You have João Felix, who you don't want. So you will have Palmer and Jackson in wide areas more often to make up the numbers. And is this a solution? So I throw this to you. Is this a solution? Palmer wide and an extra midfielder in there?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, Neto played closer to the lap to leave that left channel for Correa coming, bombing forward kind of thing. For me, the fact that Cole Palmer played 81 minutes, if I remember well, and had 32 touches of the ball just answers your question. You can't have your best player on 32 touches in a game like this when he plays 81 minutes. This is just ridiculous. There's subs who come on for the last 15 minutes or games or 20 minutes who have more touches than Cole Palmer in 81 minutes. Again, he's your best player. You have to find a way of having him performing better, because since January, really, he's been poor. He's been very average, and that's not him. But for me, the answer is not putting him like that out wide on the right. Sorry, it doesn't work, and certainly doesn't work when you put Reece James in midfield when you've got Lavia available. It doesn't work for me when Enzo Fernandez is that number 10 either.
No.
So there was just nothing from that starting 11 and that tactical lineup from Maresca that makes much sense and that actually works. So I'm really hoping that we will never see this again.
Well, I think by necessity it's likely you will see Palmer on the right, maybe with other people elsewhere at some point. I mean, unless the numbers change. I agree with you, and it's so obvious when you're there. When you ask about Chelsea, I mean, Flamengo actually, they pressed intermittently, but when they did press, I thought it was very effective. It was very positional, and I thought Chelsea had a difficult time actually breaking the press with any kind of creativity. And when we go back to this, if we're talking about who is who provides creativity, who's press resistant, I mean, I think this is why Malo Gusto plays, because presumably he offers that, because the two center backs aren't going to do that. Colwell, maybe we've seen him play make in the past, but hasn't really done it since returning to Chelsea. Cuckoo doesn't do that. Reece James doesn't do that. Enzo freaking doesn't do that. I mean, honestly, Jules, Caicedo is kind of your second most technically gifted passer. Is that an exaggeration?
No, there's a bit of that, yeah, and I feel a little bit for Caicedo because he's far too much on his own as well.
Exactly. A word on Flamengo. How important is the experience angle to it? Because when we look at this, obviously there's a lot of technical ability, but I think we've said it before. I think other than Wesley, everybody else in this Flamengo side has played abroad outside of Brazil at some point of their career. It's Jorginho, it's Pulgar, it's Danilo at the back, Alexandro's still on the bench. We haven't seen him. Presumably, maybe we will at some point. This is pretty remarkable. Can the experience carry you through?
Yeah, I think it can add help, and not just the experience from European football, but also from this competition, albeit in the old format, because this is a team that has been there before and that has experienced those kind of moments, playing against teams from different countries and different culture, different style of football, and I think it helps. It really helps. Plus, they've got the support that you mentioned at the start of the show, Gabi. Plus, they are midway through the season, so they should be fitter than the teams that are just starting their kind of pre-season for their season that will only start in 2 months' time or something. So they have a lot of things like other Brazilian clubs or Argentine clubs going for them in this tournament, and I think it's great to see, because we anticipated the Brazilian teams to be good, and we said the only teams that can compete with European clubs we think will be the Argentina clubs and the Brazilian clubs, and that's exactly what's happening. So it's great to see, and let's see how far they can go, whether it's Flamengo, Palmeiras or others, and where they will be stopped and who will stop them.
Final point on this preseason, postseason thing. I've had the opportunity to talk to some people, and it is a bit of a mixed bag in terms of how they're approaching it. But this idea that they're treating it like a preseason, I think certainly the feedback I got was it's true in terms of trying different solutions, especially in the group stage. We'll get to City later where they make 11 changes. But on the physical side, they're treating this, it's a little bit like the World Cup in the sense that they're not building up fitness for next year. What I've been told is you can't really do that when then you lose the players for 3 weeks afterwards. So you can't, in preseason, you would normally increase the workload to build the base of fitness for the season. So they're kind of in uncharted territory, I guess, is what I'm doing. They don't want to push the players all the way you would with a World Cup or Euros or a summer tournament. At the same time, though, you can't really start building up the preseason fitness now, partly because you have competitive games and partly because then you have this longer break. We're not done. We got more quick hits.
Yes.
Paul Pogba has a new home, Jules. He's on his way to the Principality.
Yeah, that's right. 2-year contract. I'm so happy for him. My boy, obviously, Paul Pogba, who's had very difficult last few months and couple of years, but has got high hopes for this. I think it's great for him to go to a club like Monaco where they will need his experience, they will need his talent. Obviously, I think this is great news for Monaco because it's a bit of a coup on the transfer market. We don't know yet in what shape physically he is or how long it will take him to be fit enough to play at that kind of level, Champions League level, Ligue 1 level, maybe the national team level, etc. But it's great that he's there, that he will be in that environment. They really believe that he can relaunch his career with them. He certainly believes it so too. I think for Ligue 1 it's a wonderful news because in what has been a difficult time for the league, financially especially, to attract somebody like him is amazing. So I'm super happy. I can't wait to see how it goes. I hope obviously that it goes well, but I think everybody knows also that there's a possibility that things are not going to work out maybe. So we will have to see. But I'm just so happy that he's back in the game.
Curious how it works with him and all those young players they have there too.
Bayern keep getting linked with left wingers, Gab, and this time it's Arsenal's Gabriel Martinelli with a fee of 50 million euros according to Bild.
Yeah, it's funny. Last week we had Nico Williams. Now we have this guy. I think if you're Bayern, I don't see this need for wingers. Yes, Coleman and Gnabry are older and Sané's gone. But dude, just let Musiala flourish. Maybe you can play 3-4-2-1. Maybe your width comes from other positions. You have Olise there. I would not get involved in this. And then I noticed that, look, Martinelli's contract expires in 2027. So obviously this is one of those situations where maybe somebody's trying to maybe make a deal here, because obviously if he doesn't extend with Arsenal, then his transfer value, you presume, would go down. As far as I know, Martinelli is happy where he is. So yeah, I don't see this happening. I'm not sure it makes much sense. Joel Quansah is reportedly close to a move to Bayer Leverkusen from Liverpool. The fee's 30 million euros plus 5 million in bonuses. This makes sense to you, Jules?
Financially, it makes sense for Liverpool because he's a homegrown player, obviously. So this will go straight into the profit boxes and bank account. And they wanted to sign another centre-back regardless anyway. So It makes sense. I think it's a lot of money for him. I don't think he's worth that much. Bayer Leverkusen clearly sees something that I can't really see right now, and that I haven't seen all season long either. But good luck to him. I think he also wanted to play more than what he did last season. Slot never really trusted him, especially after that first half against Ipswich in the opening game of the season where he was taken off. And there was not really any way back after that. So I think everybody would be happy. Liverpool get really good money, I think, for him. He will go to a place where I think when you invest that kind of money on a player, is to play him. So you think that Ten Hag would play him. And he will get the minutes that he wants at a top level, playing the Champions League and all of that. So let's see how he develops over there.
The only thing I would say from Liverpool's perspective is there was some suggestion that, they might play back three with Frimpong and whatnot. I know it's a bit of a numbers game now, but they pretty much have to bring somebody in now because they are really, really short given Jogo's injuries over the years and obviously with Kwanzaa gone as well, right?
Yeah, but that was always the plan even before Kwanzaa was going. They were always going to sign on a centre-back. So let's see who they go for and what kind of profile, and then the competition between that new guy plus Konate and Van Dijk. L'équipe in France report that Randal Colomwani is drawing interest from Chelsea. Gab, I guess this is because Juve can't afford to keep him?
It's a funny one because Juve were almost briefing this. Oh, did you see what L'Equipe wrote? They want Randall. Chelsea want him. I think Juventus definitely want to keep him. The loan fee that Paris Saint-Germain charged them, my understanding was very, very high. And Jules, you know better than me. I would assume Paris Saint-Germain would rather let him go on a permanent deal. I don't know that he fits the Chelsea profile because he's older than the guys they normally sign. But actually, if you have a guy who can play center forward or winger for you, which he can certainly do, that would fit the bill. I think Juve are going to try to negotiate the price down and extend the loan, right, Jules? I mean, that makes sense?
Yeah, he wants to stay as well. So let's see. There will be an obligation to buy, I think, though. That's the only thing. So let's see how high they can go for that.
Rooney Bargi to Barcelona for a cut price for €2 million is very close to being done. Jules, are they just accumulating talent at this point? Because don't they have a guy in his position who's pretty good?
Yeah, although you can maybe mold him into something else, like a number 10 maybe, or even a winger on the other side. Rooney Bargi was super highly rated when he was younger. Maybe his development in first team professional football hasn't been as quick as we thought it could be in Denmark, but at that price you just take the risk. Ansu Fati is going to leave, for example, probably to Monaco, but he's going to leave for sure. And even if Nico Williams comes, this is a young player that will learn, and even if really it doesn't work out or he wants more minutes at some point, surely you'll be able to let him go for more than €2 million. So in this one, I think it's a no-brainer from a Barcelona point of view.
And the fact that it went down to €2 million, there's all sorts of contractual and agent issues there, which I think is maybe also what put off certain clubs. I think we need to be clear on that too. It's time! It's Textor time! L'Equipe in France reports that John Textor has reached a deal to sell his Crystal Palace shares, Jules. Great news for Palace, and I guess great news for Lyon too.
Yeah, and I don't know if for John Textor if it's great news or not. I mean, good news, I think, for Woody Johnson, who's already an owner in US sports and coming into Europe for football, buying those shares at Crystal Palace for around €200 million. So JT, to be fair to him, will make a bit of a profit on how much he bought those shares, even if, as we've been saying many times, that meant nothing to him because he had absolutely no voice at that club or no power at all or anything like that. But this is the end of a long saga that felt that would never end, but now it's close to an end, and you would think that is good for Crystal Palace because that means they will be able to play freely in the Europa League next season, as they won't be the sort of multi-club ownership that threaten their non-participation to it or their participation to it. And for Textor, he can focus now on putting his Eagle Football Group onto the stock exchange and see where that leads him.
Woody Johnson, of course, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom, as you mentioned, owner of the New York Jets, and also Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals.
Yes, of course.
That's him. That's the
him.
company he inherited from Grandpa.
Yeah.
And And his first name, by the way, not really Woody. His full name is Robert Wood Johnson, but he goes by Woody rather than Wood. I guess for obvious reasons, I assume.
Speaking of owners who maybe should sell up, the Premier League have written to Todd Boehly over his shares in a ticket broker company.
Yeah, it's not just a ticket broker. It's a ticket broker called Vivid Seats, which, in the view of the Premier League, they operate, because they don't operate in the United Kingdom. I guess they're allowed to do this abroad, but they operate in a way that's not quite illegal, but unauthorized, and they're officially on Chelsea's blacklist, the Premier League's kind of blacklist, in terms of secondary markets. And hey, look, Todd Boehly happens to be an investor and a director there, while also being a minority owner of a football club. This was raised by Chelsea Supporters Trust a while back, and the Premier League, to their credit, have taken interest in the case and are actively speaking. I don't understand why. We've talked about before about blind trusts, right? With Crystal Palace. Maybe Todd Boehly can put his Vivid Seats shares in a blind trust, or maybe just get out completely.
Surely
and
get out, yeah.
Understand that you're operating in a different culture, and maybe you should be doing this thing.
The former Basel coach Fabio Celestini is the new manager at CSKA Moscow. Gab, but this could be problematic for him. Why?
It's problematic, and this is drawing a lot of attention to the scene. Of course, is Swiss. CSKA Moscow are owned by a financial institution called VEB, which, according to Swiss authorities, but also the European Union, most other people, is directly financing the war effort in Russia and the invasion of Ukraine. Already, Celestini would have been under sanction in terms of bringing his money back to Switzerland. I know it sounds crazy that it's actually difficult to bring money into Switzerland, but I guess times change. So he's getting a lot of flack. People asking, why are you doing this? You know what's behind it. I think the reality is he felt he deserved a better job and in Europe, and then said, well, maybe I'll just go and cash in. But it's an example, I think, of how once again real life and football collide. But certainly the reporting out of Switzerland suggests that whatever money he gets, he may never be able to take it out of Russia.
All right, before we get out of here, one more topic of conversation. Well, two more topics, really. Heat and field conditions. Let's start with this from Jude Bellingham. The pitches aren't great at all, talking about the Club World Cup. It holds up, the ball barely bounces, and it's tough on the knees as well. Hopefully it's something that someone will look at going into the World Cup next year. All right, so we're complaining about the fields. We also know everybody's complaining about the heat. This is a now viral image of Borussia Dortmund watching from the locker room in the 87-degree temperatures in Cincinnati. Look out, guys, when you go to Charlotte or Miami or pretty much anywhere else in the United States in the summer. And to be fair, Dortmund not the only ones complaining. Chelsea manager Enzo Maresca had this to say: "It's almost impossible to train. We're trying just to save energy for the game. I always try to avoid excuses, but if it's hot, and it is difficult to work with this temperature." Casey, what's a bigger worry for you ahead of 2026, the heat or the fields?
Look, I think that FIFA will have the pitches right. There's no question about that. I mean, there's a lot of conversation about that I wasn't even sure if they were going to put grass down for some of this tournament. This kind of happened so late, and obviously when you have to do what you need to do for a World Cup, this tournament wasn't ready to have those demands on the stadiums, but the World Cup does. So yeah, there's no question that the pitches won't be a problem. I don't know, it was like 71, 72 degrees in Seattle today. So yeah, I think I don't know what you guys are talking about. The weather was just fine, but yes, it's always an issue. I mean, Seb, correct me if I'm wrong. 98, were you at RFK when we played Scotland?
Yes, that was a. I mean, Craig still talks about that as the hottest game he's ever played in. Insane. Yeah.
It was true. Jim Layton comes up to me after the game and it's just like, you don't get this weather in Aberdeen. And you're like, yeah, no kidding. I mean, this was hot for everybody. And yeah, that will be, kind of a talking point, no question about it. And, and if, look, we never know what the weather's going to do. It might be super hot. It might not. Look, in the World Cup in Germany, they had a heat event. Korea, Japan had some warm temperatures. Obviously, the reason why they changed the World Cup for Qatar for the winter. So look, it's nothing new, and you just know that, yeah, maybe it could be an issue.
99 degrees, the expected temperature tomorrow for the game between Bayern and Benfica. So should be an easy one there. Are you as confident as Casey that they're going to get this field thing sorted out? Because the heat you can't control. If the fields are bad at a World Cup, that's gonna be a bad
if the fields are bad at the World Cup, shut it down. There's no way you're gonna have bad fields in the world. They
got bad fields in this tournament.
Well, this tournament,
bad fields at a lot of tournaments in this country of late.
But this tournament,
and they're not all organized
laid out
by the same
grass
people.
over turf. Recently, for the World Cup, they're going to get that all sorted. There's going to be stadiums where they're literally taking out
you have a lot of faith in FIFA.
Chunks of it. No, I'm just have faith in what I've seen in previous World Cups. I'm not too worried about the stadiums per se, the fields. I think that'll get done. This Club World Cup is being, everybody besides Seattle and Los Angeles are played on the East Coast. In some stadiums that aren't used to hosting these type of venues in a heat wave. So I'm not too worried about that right now. I think the stadiums will be fine. It is cause for concern right now because the players are playing on it. But as far as the heat, that's embarrassing from Dortmund. It's 85 degrees and you're inside. I guarantee you the majority of those players have played in worse and they're inside the I'd be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. 2018 World Cup in Russia.
Think there's some physio that's hot to do that?
The 2022 World Cup in Qatar, that was hot. I played in a Club World Cup in Abu Dhabi in December, and it was like 115. That is hot. Mm-hmm. Taking the bench players into the locker room so they can sit down and watch their team not be able to. Who did they play, by the way, that they couldn't beat? Do you remember that?
That was Sundowns.
Sundowns. Okay, yeah. I would be embarrassed if I were them. And now, I think they'll sort it out. I'm more worried about trying to accommodate TV viewership for World Cup games. If the heat really will be an issue, don't play during the day.
Yeah.
Don't play during the day.
Well, we saw when we were at the World Cup in Qatar, they did in the group phase play during the day to accommodate kind of the international broadcast windows. Do you think whether heat or fields, like this could be something that derail seems so dramatic, but that messes up or that kind of is a black eye on next year's World Cup?
I mean, look, I think it's going to be part of the conversation, right? And there's always going to be this tension within FIFA because their mission is literally to develop and grow the game. And the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, is their only source of income. It's the only tournament that actually makes money. The Women's World Cup does not. This thing does not. Not yet anyway. Maybe one day they will. And so they have to maximize revenue with broadcasters, with ticket sales. And they do this not because Gianni Infantino has gold toilets in his house, or maybe he does, but it's because
Saudi jet he does.
He's an elected official, and as I said many times, like 2/3 of the of the FIFA member nations, their FAs would not exist without the money that FIFA gives them, right? So that's why he's always looking to maximize profits. And we can say it's right or wrong. And it's going to be an issue for the TV broadcasters because the TV broadcasters that spend the most money, luckily, are here in North America, as we know, right? But then once you get beyond that, it is Europe and it is Asia. And it's going to be worth less to them if the games are in the middle of the night.
Some of these venues are domed as well. We just saw the U.S. men's national team play against Haiti in Arlington. I have no idea why, but it's domed.
Yeah.
You know, there are other venues. Atlanta is domed.
Yeah.
So there are other venues where that won't be too much of an issue. Cincinnati will not have a World Cup, game, so they don't have to worry there. But if they're worried about 85 degrees, got another thing. They got another thing coming.
Final standings out of Group A. We know the top two advance. It is going to be Palmeiras as well as Inter Miami, Porto, and El Ali. Then go home eliminated with a sense of disappointment from the FIFA Club World Cup. All right, for more on this, we welcome into the show our good friend and colleague, Casey Keller. Casey, get your thoughts on this one in a moment, but we'll start in studio. I don't know how to feel about this game from an Inter Miami perspective. Like, great performance until the end where you give it away. And not only do you give away a win, but you give away a better matchup in the round of 16. Now it's PSG. Now it's going to be a lot tougher. How do you sum up the night for Messi and company?
It's crazy that we're thinking it's a bittersweet advancement for Inter Miami, because nobody thought Inter Miami would be in this position.
You picked them to lose 3-1.
I picked them not even to get out of the group. I picked them to be humiliated. I thought Messi and friends would be humiliated in front of the world. That they would be the laughing stock of the tournament. And here they are undefeated. Here they are competing with the Brazilian giants. Here they are competing with the Portuguese giants. Here they are competing with the African giants. And they're the lone MLS team. Messi and friends keep defying the odds in ways that I thought they could never. Everything that was on display in the regular season, that you said, these are the reasons why Inter Miami will struggle. Defensively, they don't have the legs. They don't have the discipline. Their coach is inexperienced. Their star players are nearing 40 years of age. They won't have it in the tank. This is the third game in 9 days. There's no chance they will do this. Oh, and by the way, they took them out of Miami to go play in Atlanta at one point. What's going on there? And yet, they are here. And they were 2-0 over Palmeiras. They were 2-0 over a Brazilian team with history, a giant that's proven well in their confederation, in CONMEBOL, in Libertadores, in whatever competition they're in, and they're beating them. And quite frankly, they should have beat them. So it's bittersweet because of where they were. And they were going to somehow get out of the way of PSG. Somehow not have to face the European champion, and you get Botafogo, which, yes, is Libertadores champion, but a far cry from the team that won Libertadores. All those star players have long gone. A much better matchup, and it would have allowed you to keep dreaming of advancing in this tournament a little more than PSG. It's still, you're there. You're $20 million richer because of the advancement. You're $20 million richer because of how you've done here. But PSG's a tall ask. So it's bittersweet on that angle. But you look at this team. This is a team with a $5.9 million salary cap. MLS teams are handcuffed in this.
Messi makes a lot more than that.
One play, and he can make whatever you want. This is 11v11, and football is very unforgiving. If you take one play off, if one player takes one play off, and they keep defying the odds. So I don't care if it's Messi or not. They weren't supposed to be in this position, so I'm gonna make it.
They're supposed to be in this tournament. If you really want to go there, no, it's tremendous achievement. Yeah, obviously, 2-0 up. And look, there's a price to pay, right? If you have Suarez and Messi, a lot of good. One of the things that becomes hard to do. No, but you 2-0 up, you figure you manage the game, you hit on the counter. You don't have that option with those two guys because they're just not going to have the legs for it, right? Yeah. So it allows the other team to go and play a certain way.
Why not take those guys off then?
They did. They took Suarez off.
Yeah, they left Messi on. They left Messi on.
It's a brave man.
And a hobbled Messi as well.
Yeah.
Brave man who takes Messi off. Yeah, come on. Who's going to take Messi off?
Well, I mean, I think there's a general concern around his health, right? I mean, he didn't look 100%, even for his age. He didn't look great. You're up 2-0. I mean, I think there's something to be questioned there, especially when you give up 2 goals in the last 2 minutes of the game.
Who you putting on?
Anybody, somebody with legs.
I mean, they put on Papa Pico, who had legs, and he's the reason they scored the second goal. There's no reason you should challenge there. You've got to be more composed. You need to dive in. He dives in. Cross gets sent, and they end up scoring the 2-2. So I understand what you're saying, because logically you would say, well, if two players don't have the legs to counter, as Gab would say, because that's logic right there, is you sit, the other team has to commit numbers, you can counter and probably finish off the game. They don't have that luxury, this happens.
Haven't we seen recently when a free kick? Haven't we seen Messi score a free kick? He doesn't need to run to do that.
But Gab, it was 2-0. You didn't need a third goal. I mean, the idea is to not concede 2 goals so that you don't need them on the field to dig you out of the hole at the end of the game, right?
And then you go 3 goals down, which you really did, or you go goal down, and then maybe Messi comes. I'm not taking Messi.
No, I'm with you, Gab. You need that ace. You need that ace up your sleeve to do something happens.
Casey, you know what's interesting about this result for Inter Miami is usually when Inter Miami does anything, it's a Messi masterclass. That really wasn't the case tonight, was it?
No, he didn't have a lot to do in the match. He had his moments where he connected well and played little balls through, but there was only 2 or 3 opportunities that I remember where he kind of had an opportunity. He came in on his left foot the one time and hit a pretty calm shot to the goalkeeper's right. That was about the one time that I saw Messi maybe could have done better with. But in the end, I thought there has to be a ton of positives for Inter Miami, and I think you all mentioned it very well that nobody really expected this. That they have represented very well. I think what had happened is the experience of the players basically said, we can make this happen for a couple games, for 9 days. We'll give everything we have to try to do something special. And, to Gab's point, what did they win to get into this tournament? So they were basically having to kind of prove themselves, and I think they did that. Now, you also have to talk about Palmeiras and where their defense went 2 or 3 times in that match. There's going to be an inquisition to see what happened there. And yes, Inter Miami could have scored another one when Palmeiras' defense just disappeared. But in the end, the quality of the Brazilians showed at the end of the match. And I'm happy, though, for Inter Miami that they didn't concede in stoppage time, because they very easily could have. And so I think it's a great representation for MLS. We'll see kind of what happens, as you mentioned, in the next round, and how that affected the difference between PSG and Botafogo, I think is large. But I'm not going to take anything away from Inter Miami. I think it's a credit to what they've done and to show. Because look, the Sounders did well. They did the best they could against a very difficult group, but Inter Miami has proven that they should have gotten through.
You know what? I commend both teams, because you were sitting here yesterday and even talking while we were watching the game. You thought, well, tie game, this works for both. This is a gentleman's pact here, nothing's going to happen. Yet you saw Palmeiras trying to finish the game off, trying to win. And you saw Messi and friends, you saw Inter Miami trying to do the same. I'm not for this works for us, and it's good to see that both teams weren't about that either.
Are you buying this turnaround from Inter Miami as something that'll spill over into the MLS regular season? Because they have not had a good regular season to date. They've been shipping goals. They're 6th in the Eastern Conference. This seems to have come out of nowhere. Do you think this is, kind of to Casey's point, a team stepping up into the moment and they're going to drop back down when it gets to MLS, or is this an actual turning point for Mascherano and company? Because I think if they go out here in the group phase and if they humiliated like you kind of predicted, Mascherano might be on his way out.
He would have been on his way out.
It probably saves his job, right?
Well, I don't only think this saves his job. I think this changes Major League Soccer. I think this makes Don Garber, the ownership in Major League Soccer, reassess what can be actually done within Major League Soccer, loosen those purse strings. You had Sergio Busquets before the tournament started saying, we need help. You need to open up that wallet. You need to ease up on these rules and regulations, these stupid mechanisms that hamper Major League Soccer. You need to please allow us to compete. And here they are competing. So if I'm Don Garber, if I'm other owners around Major League Soccer, I'm thinking a little bit more money equals a little bit more quality, and we could showcase this league to the rest of the world. Look what Messi and friends just did for us right now. We're behind a paywall, nobody sees us, and now the world is seeing us. This is the time. So I think this is, forget his job, forget Mascherano, his job, the new contract for Busquets, whatever the case may be, Messi himself. This changes things for Major League Soccer, and it will continue to change things if they can keep going forward, if they can keep getting past these teams.
Messi and Inter Miami, obviously with plenty to celebrate advancing to the Club World Cup. Also worth noting, it is Lionel Messi's birthday. Turning 39 years old today. If you're watching us live, we see some of his numbers. Of course, as we mentioned, though, a quiet game today. If there's a man of the match in this one, it's got to be Luis Suarez, right, Dad?
Yeah.
Goal and an assist.
We saw the drive that Suarez brings, and he looks like somebody out there. I feel like every game could be his last game.
Like physically, he's hanging on by a thread.
But he treats it. He's like, I'm not gonna leave anything out there, or I'm not gonna keep anything back, I should say. And I think that has an impact. And yeah, I think the rest of the team very obviously are aware that you have the two old guys there. But when you see Suarez battling like that, I think it does. We talk about leadership. I mean, you've been inspired by teammates, right?
My knees were hurting just watching him. I have no idea how he's still doing this at this age. And this
he literally said that the first week he played in MLS last season.
And he scored 20-plus goals last season. He was close to 20-something assists as well. I look at Messi, who was clearly hobbled. He's got an injury in his leg, in his upper thigh, and you can say they're clearly hobbled. You can see Busquets, who clearly isn't as fresh as they would need to be.
Alba's still coming off the bench.
Alba's coming off the bench because he was injured, and you're saying, like, to your point about the leadership, look what they're doing.
And if I can say something, right? I don't think anybody thinks right now that, Messi has more money than Almighty God. Suarez is like bigger than the GDP of a mid-sized country. They're out here because they want to be.
Right.
They're out here because they want to be, and they want to make a difference, and they want to make every moment because it's like stand through the hourglass. Right? They know the clock is ticking, and I think it's inspiration. I think it's kind of neat. Like, everybody wonders, what do I do next, right? And they're going to say, I'm going to push it back as much as I can. And they're rewarded, not just here, but with the win against Porto. And I don't know what you guys thought about. I thought they started in a low against Al-Ahly. I know Al-Ahly created a lot of problems for him. And you had that bounce back in the second game, and you could go through.
They really kind of survived that. It could have been 3-0 at the half in that first game. And then we are talking about the humiliation and not getting out of the group and all that. Obviously, they hang on. Ustadi has a great first half. They get a draw there and end up going undefeated through the group. For that effort, they're going to get PSG now in the round of 16. Casey, I suppose in football and soccer, every team has a puncher's chance. Because Inter Miami has Messi, do you give them anything beyond a puncher's chance in this matchup?
Well, I don't think anybody would have anticipated that PSG would have beat Atletico Madrid in the first game. So, yeah, you understand you can win. Let's even, look at the way that PSG scored the first goal today against the Sounders. At 0-0, he hits a shot that's going to go about 5 yards wide and caroms off his own man's back into the back of the net. So, if that doesn't go in, who knows what would have happened in that match. But yeah, I think there's a chance. I think you got to start looking at fatigue at this stage for Inter Miami and how that's going to play out in this next match against a PSG that has the ability to play more players, to be more dangerous at times. But yeah, when you can score off a free kick, when you can defend the way they defended today, at least for the first 75, 80 minutes, against a side that was pushing a lot of numbers forward, pressing at times. I thought Palmeiras at times was a little over elaborate in the final third at the beginning of the match, and we're trying to look for this perfect goal. But if you can kind of get PSG off their game, frustrate them a little bit, because I don't think PSG expected to lose to Botafogo. So after winning 4-0 against Atletico Madrid. So yeah, 100%, but clearly PSG are the favorites.
City 6, Alain 0. Taking a look at the group. There it is then, Juventus and Manchester City, as you would expect, top of Group G. Nadem, as Mr. Man City, I'm obliged to go to you because you're the only one who watched this game. What would you like to say?
Yes. Yeah, I watched this at 2 a.m. as well.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Nadem. Don't give me that.
Okay. No, I did, but I was paid to do it, so please let me off. But anyway, in this, it was interesting, this game, just because at the end, if you see the players aren't really celebrating, it's because they're disappointed, because they knew they needed one more goal to put themselves top of the group going into that final game against Juventus. So it was actually quite exciting in some ways. Or either that or I was delirious. But the attacking play was there, seeing Shirky come on, Oscar Bobbs and so on, and they were very much on the front foot. I'll be honest, Alain, they weren't great. Goalkeeper wasn't great. But in reality, they ended up doing enough to help Juve. So now in that next game, City have to win if they want to finish top of their group and maybe, just maybe, have a nicer passage through to the later rounds of the competition.
What's the tiebreaker if it's 0-0? You don't want Native to go and explain it?
If there's anyone in the room that knows this, surely
I have no idea.
No. Juve go through. It's goal scored. It's goal scored, yeah. It's goal scores gap.
There we go. He's completely made that up.
That's the difference, yeah.
Pep Guardiola sounds like a broken record, though, at the moment when speaking about the players that he's left behind, the size of the squad. This all kind of started around the FA Cup time. He said, I'd love to have the players that we have now all season. The problem is that they will be unhappy during the season. They will be sad. They'll be disappointed. I don't want that. For me, it's not a problem. I don't like to have 6-7 players just in case no injuries being at home. Of course, he left like Jack Grealish was at home, wasn't he? You look at this Nadem. Why is he talking about being sad? Why does he keep going on about this? It's just part of your life. It's part of your job. You've left them home because they're not good enough. Move on.
Oh my gosh, Dan Thomas, you are such a troll. I think the point that he's trying to make is one that everyone else will understand.
It's not in my plans for the future.
Yeah, it's the point.
It's not, oh, boo-hoo, I'm sad because I can take
everyone else is talking about. It's about more than Jack Grealish. It's about more than that. Because, for example, at this tournament, the whole squad is there. So in this moment, you've got 11, 12 players on the bench who will believe that they could be and should be starting a game of football. If that was to roll into the next Premier League season, you don't have 11 people on the bench. So you're talking about 4 or 5 players that won't even make the squad altogether. And that disregards, say, maybe a James McAtee, you've got Mateo Kovacic as well. You can mention a Jack Grealish. So the fact is that the squad is functionally just too big. And obviously it's a luxury to be able to have that. But he's fine. When he picks 11 players, great. When there are probably 3 or 4 players that know they're going to play, great. But there are going to be 6 or 7 full internationals who will be disappointed most weeks. And that sort of feeling is one which will spread like a sense of negativity around that squad because everyone believes they should be playing or could be playing. So that's the thing that's where I'm coming from in terms of saying the squad's too big.
Is Guardiola? Let me ask you a question. Has Guardiola got? And I have to believe that he has, with somebody of his gravitas and repute. He has a big say on transfers coming in. Nadem, am I correct?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I believe
so if he's got a big say in transfers coming in,
I feel a pile on.
He has all these players coming in. He has given the green light to all these players coming in. It is now the club's job, as Dan said, to get rid of these players that they don't want on the big wages.
Yeah, I mean, I presume he's familiar with Hugo Viana. I know he just arrived. I'm sure they've been introduced and they have a plan. I'm assuming some of these guys will move on, but I don't understand this crying over the big squad. A lot of clubs have big squad. Inter Milan, an enormous squad. You deal with it. They're professional players. You try to move them. It's difficult sometimes to move them because Man City players make a lot of money and they don't want to move and take a pay cut. But guess what? If you don't want to move and take a pay cut, then you can sit and be sad. Yeah. If you really want to play so badly because you love football, then you'll take a pay cut and move. You'll work something out with the club. The summer transfer window closes on August 31st. They have a long time to work this out.
Yeah.
I wish we could kind of move on from this point, unless he's trying to take pot shots at Hugo Viana and try to send a message and put pressure on him via the media.
Oh.
But it's too early for that, right?
The club can subsidise these things anyway to get players out.
And they do.
Even
That's what Chelsea do.
Marcus Rashford, Aston Villa, subsidised for a short term.
Yeah, subsidised, Nadem. Sort it out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, simple. But also, we disregard the fact that he's been asked these questions. He's not going on his Twitter and releasing a statement every night. Oh, the squad's too big. The squad's too big. I feel so sad. That's just the nature of what this business is at this moment in time. And it's a big conversation for them, and it's obviously marring the sort of good form that they're in, relatively speaking. But I'm sure it will be dealt with, as Gav said. They've got a long time to do it.
Why doesn't he just come out and say, look, I got some big decisions to make at this moment in time and the upcoming pre-season and the season starting, because we have a big squad. But that's what, as you said, that's what I'm paid to do. You can't have it both ways. And I understand when you have a big beefy squad, it's more difficult to keep people happy. But that's your job. And also, he bemoaned last year he didn't have enough players. Now he's saying he's got too many players. He can't have his cake and eat it.
Shaka, speaking of cake and eating it.
I don't understand what the fuss is about. Those problems are of his or slash of the club's making. And so you can complain about them all you like, but surely, kind of given your own experiences, given City's, you have to assume City know how to run a football club. I give no gravitas to any complaints at all.
It's not just one football club, many.
There you go. If you want to hear what Gab has to say.
Send them to Girona.
Jules, by the way, was very excited about this experimental formation that Pep used, didn't he? You can hear about. Maybe you weren't listening.
The 3-1-6.
There we go.
Oh, you see that? You see Cole Palmer there?
No, I didn't see Cole. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
What's he got in his hair?
I don't know. What has he got? Like alien? I don't know. Something. That's just very observant of you, Craig.
Oh,
it's some flowers. He's ready for carnival, Shaq.
Oh, no.
Right then, it is hot here in the States at the moment. It's always hot here in the States in June and July. This is no surprise, surely, to anyone. This, of course, photo went viral. The Borussia Dortmund substitutes during their game at the weekend, watching the game from the locker room where it was cooler, getting them out of the heat. Enzo Maresca talking about how Chelsea have dealt with the heat so far, looking ahead to their final game in the group stages, saying it's almost impossible to train. We are trying just to save energy for the game. I always try to avoid excuses, but it's hot. It's hot, and it's difficult to work with this temperature. For more on this, Naden's with us, of course. Season in MLS, he knows what about the heat. Alex knows about it, trailing the teams around everywhere, of course, within this summer heat here in the States. Where to start with all this? I want to start with the Dortmund situation. Now, it's interesting. Stevie defended actually yesterday, which I was quite surprised at, given that it was Stevie. He has no problem with the team sitting in the locker room when it's too hot
I go
outside.
back to the 96 preparation or 98 for the World Cup or the Euros. I can't remember the year. And we talked about places where it is hotter than others. And the place that I found back in those days, for me, not being a regular in the United States, was Washington, D.C. and Maryland at the end of May. And the humidity down there, and I can remember some of the guys on the bench, they were soaking the towels in the icebox in the water and sitting with it on their heads. So I kind of somewhat understand what they're doing because they're just not used to that heat. Now, this is not a normal heat, as we know, for this time of year. We're probably up about, 15, 20 degrees above where we normally are. So it's not just warm, it's a heat wave. And so I kind of get that if you're coming from, particularly from countries where, it gets hot, but it doesn't get hot on a regular basis. If you're sitting on the bench, and I know what Stevie means, if you're sitting on the bench, you just don't want to be sitting there baking.
Right.
It's not doing you, even though you might not be exercising, you might not be warming up, it's really not doing you any favours unless you're sitting in a really, really seriously shaded area. So I kind of get it. We're in the mid-90s here at the moment. Some places in the US are actually above 100.
Yeah.
So I do kind of get this.
Shaka, your MLS days?
I totally understand, and I'm with Stevie on this. I have no problem with the sub sitting in the dressing room during the game. Just sitting in that heat drains you, and I think so to get out of that heat at least, you're able to hold on to some of your energy. Listen, I experienced just playing with Dallas. Fairly regularly down in Dallas. Just to put things in perspective, I landed in DFW, it was August, 10 o'clock at night. It was 98 degrees at 10 o'clock at night. And FC Dallas, when we trained, you would train at 8:39 in the morning because by the time 10 o'clock hit, you could not be outside again. You just had to be indoors. So in an effort to deal with that heat, you have to change up your entire schedule. How European teams, as we know, would normally come out at 10:30 in the morning, albeit European time, around then to start training, that has to change entirely. And as for when you schedule the games, you cannot have anything during those daylight hours. It's just inhuman.
But they are, Gav. Why are they doing it? Why are we having games at 3 p.m. Eastern time where it is peak heat. Yeah, but it's hotter than normal. Yes, I understand that, but it's no surprise, Craig. It wasn't like last time where we were going, oh, it's nice and cool, isn't it? In the moment, it's hot. It's not a surprise. It's hot. It's not a surprise at 3 p.m. Eastern. It is hot. So why are we playing games at this time? Why is the semi-final at this time? Why is the final at this time?
Okay, first of all, I am not your FIFA representative, but no, I will try to address this. Look, part of it is they want to make this a global tournament, right? So you don't want to have multiple games at the same time. So you have 4 games, you have 4 slots, and somebody's got to play earlier in the day. Part of it is the television audiences in Europe, simply put, right? That also matters. If you play at noon or at 3 o'clock on the East Coast, then they can watch it in prime time in Europe. That's where a lot of these clubs are from. That plays into it as well. I think for the World Cup, they need to figure something out. I don't know if there's ways to cool the stadium like they supposedly did in Qatar. I don't know if there's other things. What I don't want, we all remember the '94 World Cup final, which kicked off at noon in LA, and what a car crash that was. That doesn't help.
But it's...
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is when you have... you know, it's like when you have people come to your house. No,
Mr. Social Butterfly.
I really want to see where this is going.
I'm just for a little...
Shall I read the text that I sent you last week? Honestly. Craig, I'm 10 minutes from yours, so you're around. No. Right?
I was having a bad time, right? I didn't want you around my freaking ass. I wasn't in good... I looked like Robinson Crusoe, right? I wasn't in good shape. My point is, we've all had people at our places on holiday, right? I've got our places on holiday coming to the States, right? It's akin to them coming over here when it's like this now. They get out the car or they step into your deck in your back garden, they go, holy smokes.
Yeah, it's like walking into an oven.
They just don't understand it, they don't get it. And I think for a lot of these European players, not them all, because these clubs have got players from all over the world, but for a fair chunk of them, they step out of the hotel and it just hits them. And then when you're trying to play in the height of day and that kind of heat, and the heat isn't the biggest, it's the humidity. The humidity is the killer, and we've got a lot of it at the moment. So, but where I would take a little bit of umbrage with Maresca, because coaches always want to train. Oh, I want to train. I never got enough time to work with my players. They're training at this time of year. Again, the argument, they're still playing the Club World Cup, long hard seasons, not even pre-season. The training would have to be pretty light anyway. They've just finished a 9-month season, had a very short break, come out to the States, they have this Club World Cup. You're not really going to be putting your players through anything strenuous at all. Not because of the conditions, and not because of you've had this long hard season. Gab's right. It is something they are going to have to figure this out for the World Cup, because although it isn't normally this hot, in a year's time it could come back. We could have a month of this during the World Cup, and it could completely kibosh the quality of some of the games.
Yeah, that's it, Nathan, because surely if you're FIFA, you want to market this tournament but put on a show. And as Gab said, you think back to 1994 and that final, it was anything but.
Yeah, I think these are all valid points, and I've got to say, when these teams, say from Europe and around the world, do come to America in June and July, it's not for the conditions. It's definitely for other things, because people will say how tough it is, and even, for example, things like the pitch conditions in terms of what they're used to. So yes, I think going into next year, FIFA really needs to look at it. But to be honest, I think their hands are tied, and I think as well, to link it to MLS, obviously it's a different competition. That was one of the things that I thought was the biggest flaw of MLS, is the fact that the game could never really be watched by masses around the world, because games always had to be played at night time. And I think if that's going to be the case for the World Cup next year, to try and help the players and sort of raise the quality, I think it'll probably be one of the least watched tournaments outside of the domestic nation itself.
Alex, you've done nothing but moan since coming to the States about the weather and about how hot it is, and people will be surprised of that considering you live in Spain.
I haven't been moaning, but the players and the coaches have been moaning, that's for sure. Xabi Alonso was asked about this after the game in Charlotte yesterday. He said, look, you have to be a rocket scientist to know this is having an impact on the games, on the quality and on the players. I think we're seeing it as well in some of the decisions that are being made. Look at how Real Madrid have been very careful with bringing back Mbappe after his illness as well. He was back in the gym today, still not training. I think part of that isn't awareness. These are just really demanding conditions. And someone like Mbappe, you know, the risk of dehydration and things like that, they've got to be extra careful in terms of bringing him back into the team. But yeah, lots of the Real Madrid players have talked about this. They played at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Miami. They played at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Charlotte as well. It's a late night game they've got next in Philadelphia. At least, of course, they're training in Palm Beach as well. So dealing with that humidity. But yeah, they're not happy about it. But ultimately, they all say the same thing, which is that there's nothing we can do. We have to accept this is the way it is. It's FIFA's call, and we're just trying to make the best of it. But Real Madrid certainly, I mean, you saw them playing with 10 men as well, basically 90 minutes in their game in Charlotte yesterday after that early red card. And they really had to work incredibly hard. We saw that from Xabi Alonso, the number of subs he made as well, just because players just couldn't last the full 90 minutes.
FIFA talk about growing the game, around the world. It's already grown in Europe. So why are they catering to the European teams? You know, well, why is it so important? I remember Japan 2002. Brilliant. Everyone in the pub at breakfast. It was fantastic. It was kind of a bit unique, something a little bit different. Why are they so obsessed with having this at times where Europeans can watch it?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed it's going to be like this for the actual World Cup.
No, but when they were planning this, they must have known.
I think there's people need to remember this. When you talk about FIFA, greed, blah, 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 there's 211 member nations in FIFA. About 140, 150 of them, they couldn't run an FA without the money that FIFA gives them, right? So you have a president who keeps getting elected by saying we're going to have these tournaments that generate money, and the only one that actually makes money is the Men's World Cup. Maybe this Club World Cup will make money one day. Hasn't yet. And then he goes and he redistributes this money out to the member nations so that smaller nations, poor nations can run FAs, right? That's the model, whether we like it or not. That's why they're so obsessed with money and growing the game and so on. And so to do that, you want to sell as many games as possible. And so you have games during the day. You have games that are accessible to your biggest markets. The US, Mexico are huge markets, so that's not a problem there so much. But then the next highest ones are going to be in Europe and in Asia. And if you play games at 9 o'clock in the evening, it's the middle of the night in Europe and Asia, and so they're worth less money to broadcasters. I mean, that's pretty much all it is. And there's also a school of thought that says it's a sporting event, it's a global festival, it's not just about the quality of the game, it's about making it accessible to everyone. And so let's try to have these games almost around the clock. And that's essentially the way the system is set up. We can think of another utopia where maybe we don't have the World Cup in just all one country. Maybe we have a little bit here and a little bit in Japan, so you can have games around the clock at reasonable kickoff times or whatever. Maybe there's other ways to do this.
Cam, don't make it worse.
For now, you're stuck with this. And yeah, it's really freaking hot here.
Ultimately, we're probably going to see, like, the World Cup. We're probably going to see this Club World Cup just going to Saudi Arabia, aren't we?
Where it's very temperate and mild year-round.
And there's a lot of money, which does feed the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long. I mean, look, let's face it. Saudi money is already bankrolling half of this, right? The zone deal, that's all Saudi money. It's putting $1 billion there, another 500 million. The whole budget is $2 billion, right? So $1 billion comes from Saudi via DAZN, or DAZN via Saudi. $500 million comes from different sponsors. Two of the biggest ones are Saudi or Saudi-influenced companies. So yeah, they have a lot of say on this. Maybe the next Club World Cup will be scaled down. Maybe it'll be a little different. Maybe they'll do a better job of selling it. But yeah, this is what we're facing right now.
Nadem, how do you fix this?
Yeah, obviously I have all the answers, so thank you for asking me that. I do not have a clue. I think it's interesting. It's interesting to listen to what Gab's saying now, in terms of, you know, that money trickling down and going to those other nations and stuff, those other FAs. Like, I do get it, but then from the sporting side of things, which is what myself and the guys on the panel are used to, it still doesn't feel right, if you know what I mean. Because essentially, it is the show. Yes, you want it to be accessible, but at what price? Because, you know, obviously not every team is in a position to where, you know, they have played a whole season. Like, we've seen that. We've seen the strength of some of those sides that maybe halfway through their season or just starting their season. But for the ones that have played 50, 60, 70 games already, to then be out in these conditions right now, as Craig has said, when they're, you know, they're quite tired and so on, you know, people won't really have a lot of sympathy because they're being paid well and so on and so forth. But from a health standpoint, this is as tough as it gets. And I think in our sort of lifetimes, I think the way that they've been pushed to this point is beyond what many of us probably thought would even be possible. So yes, I don't know how FIFA are going to change it. Obviously, they're going to try and make as much money as they can, but I think a lot of those players will continue to speak up until something changes. But whether or not that's the case,
So it goes back to the original point, doesn't it? That basically the players, whether we agree or not, are kind of pawns in this sort of situation of trying to trickle money into all these different government bodies around these different nations, 211 of them. How it's distributed, I don't know. But without the players and the clubs doing this, and the players playing, whether we agree it's too many games or not, we need them. I think there is. The players have been used here just to be able to fill the coffers of these other nations. Yeah. And the big argument is that the correct way to go in the long term? Is that going to have a detrimental effect to the game, to the players, to the quality when we get to August? We're going to find out.
But I think that one thing to note here is that the vast majority of professional footballers do not pay 50, 60, 70, right? It's only the real elites, and they're the ones who bring it in. And I'd argue, and I have argued, they have the leverage. In the same way that air traffic controllers, we don't let them go out, we limit the amount of time, or truck drivers, we limit the amount of time that they can work and the conditions under which they work. I would love it if some player took the lead. Next time around, Erling Haaland says, yeah, look, I've signed this contract, I get paid, whatever, 20 million a year. Tell you what, I'll take 75% of that. I'll take 15 million, but I'm only going to pay 75% of the minutes this season. And you're going to figure out. And other people they have the leverage to do this. They have the leverage to say no. And yet we're not seeing this. And it has to be the elite players at the top, because they're the ones driving the bus on this one. They're the ones who have the leverage. And it simply hasn't resonated with them.
Have they got the leverage, or are they're just puppets to the puppet masters who run the clubs? They have the leverage. They have the power. And when you talk about elite level players, and you're right, the vast majority of players are not suffering by this, right? The vast majority. But as a fan, as a viewer, as a season ticket holder, in whatever club and whatever country, really you're paying to see those elite level players.
Right.
You know, when NBC broadcasts a Premier League game, it's to see elite level players. When ESPN here broadcasts the Liga games and Bundesliga and the FA Cup and everything we've got, it's to see, yeah, we'll see other teams and we'll see other players, but we want to see the best. And we want to see the best playing the best. And are we going to get that if we continue to go down this road of the Club World Cup coming in here? Next year it's the World Cup. You have the African Cup of Nations, you have the Copa America, you have the European Championships. The big question is, for the elite level players who are the ones that the people really want to pay the big bucks for, when's it going to stop, and is it going to affect the product? When it starts affecting the product, that's really going to be a big problem.
Go on, Jack.
Yeah, my concern here, well, we keep talking about FIFA's money trickling down to the smaller nations. But at the same time, to Gab says that this FIFA Club World Cup doesn't seem to be making any money, certainly not right now, not yet, which means right now there's no money trickling down to those smaller nations. So the smaller nations, I come from one who relies so heavily on FIFA funding, are being scapegoated here at a time that I don't think they're deserving of.
No, there is. It's just that it's not organic. It's thanks to the Saudis. It's thanks to the Saudis.
By the sounds of it, the clubs are benefiting a whole lot more than those FIFA member nations.
And they're the ones who held the FIFA to ransom. I mean, the European club said, we'll come if you give us more prize money. Only 45% of the prize money is being handed out of merit. The other 55% is basically appearance fees. So Real Madrid will get 36 million just for showing up, and Auckland City, and don't laugh, will get, I think, 1.2 million just for showing up.
Atletico Madrid. The first big scalp, I think it's fair to say, of this tournament. They go home, Botafogo through to the next round. Confirmation as to why, in the end, that goal difference. Remember, Atleti lost that opening day against PSG, and that proved to be decisive. PSG go through, as do Botafogo. Nathan joins us. Nathan, I'm going to start with you because I know you watched this. In the end, sour grapes from Simeone saying the referee was against him.
No, not necessarily. I think from their perspective, you can see why they would be unhappy. But I think the bigger thing is the fact that they've had 23 shots on goal and scored 1 in a game where they needed to be scoring. I think it was 3 that was going to be the number. Yes, they were kind of going for it, but they never really felt too dangerous until after Griezmann scores that goal. And then there's a sense of this belief now, maybe they can do it, maybe they can. But in reality, it just wasn't going to be enough. I think Botafogo, they knew what they needed to do, and I thought they did it very well overall. I think for Atletico Madrid, that's such a disappointing exit to the tournament. And I think, as they were saying in the commentary, they're the first side of note from Europe to be eliminated from the competition, and not many people would have thought this would be the group that would cause that. But again, as we see from the stats there, like to have that many shots, to have your expected goals be that high, and for you to score 1 goal, I think it's more a case about really poor finishing, which unfortunately for them has been the case for the previous 2 games as well.
What was interesting, Gavin, the build-up to this tournament, Simeone coming out and saying all the right things with regards to Atleti's ambition. Obviously, a disappointing end to the season in the end with the Champions League exit, Copa del Rey as well, and where they finished in the league. He was hoping maybe this could give them a bit of a kick up the bottom, but in the end, their bottom's going home.
Yeah, it is. And I think Nadim kind of underscored why on the pitch. There's no question that they were very prepared for this tournament and that they had kind of put a lot of chips in there because the way they were set up this summer, they really wanted that prize money to, with Real Madrid changing coaches and stuff, trying to narrow the gap at the top, but not to be.
No, not to be at all. Athletic out.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised with the stats. I thought Oblak had to make a couple of good saves from a couple opportunities. So to see at 0.66 or whatever it was, expected goals from Botafogo kind of bemuses me. Listen, no question, I thought Atleti were the better of the 2 teams, but this quite easily could have gone the other way. And in the end, Atleti only have themselves to blame, really.
So just go back to something that Gab said there. Yep. It's quite interesting. And in terms of, you're talking about the prize money. So, without getting into the nuts and bolts, was the most important thing for the Atletis of this world and some of these other clubs, is it to take the pot of gold, is it to take the cash? Or is there any sort of gravitas from a European perspective, not from a South American perspective, because we know they hold it in much higher esteem?
Look, I genuinely think it's a new competition, right? This is something people are going to debate. And the reason I put the prize money first is that they look at this and they would say, well, are we better than Man City? Are we better than Real Madrid? Are we better than Bayern? Should we be trying to win it? Of course we try to win it. But if not, let's at least go deep in the tournament so that we come home with 60 million instead of 25 million. And that's why I made the prize money point. But no, I don't think they're just here for the money. I think they're motivated, and I think it matters. Not every team necessarily feels that way, but it's a chance also to sell your brand, your audience in a new country. And look, some people says, oh, look, they're treating it like a preseason, which doesn't make any sense to me, because how can you treat it like a preseason when then the players are going on holiday for 3 weeks? I think once they're here, and speaking to some of the people at Chelsea and at Juventus over the last week when I was at their games, certainly here the focus is on going as far as you can in the competition.
But that is a positive from Atleti's perspective. A positive from a negative is that we talked about La Liga, we talked about them a lot last year, along with some of the other big guns in La Liga every week, and it's a well-known fact that they have a beefy big squad, and they did disappoint after a very, very good run up to Christmas time, and then it sort of faltered for them, and he really wasn't, and really is questioned, is he, Simeone, in terms of his decision making. The fans love him, but they will have an opportunity now to have that longer period than other teams, to have that 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks, whatever he decides to give his players off, to get ready for this big season in La Liga. Because it is going to be a big season again, and they are going to be expected, to, like they were last year, they didn't do it, but they are going to be expected to be in the hunt, pushing for a title again.
Especially early on with Real Madrid in theory handicap, given how long they go in this tournament. We know, of course,
the changes that
Jude Bellingham will be out already, ready for the start of the season. A lot more Club World Cup questions on Extra Time. As always, you can check that out over on our YouTube channel. Here's Jude Bellingham after the game.
When we had our chances, we were clinical and we took them. So, good win. Still not perfect, but that's the beauty of it. I think we can still keep working. The coach's ideas are amazing, and we want to keep working in the direction that he wants us to go in.
Be great if he said the coach's ideas are rubbish. I prefer Ancelotti. That's enough of that. Alex, as much as Jude Bellingham won the player of the day yesterday, I can't remember what they call it. Superior player of the game.
What happened to just man of the match?
No.
Somebody's got to pay their bills.
Yeah, they do. Alex, it was really Thibaut Courtois who was the star, which just kind of epitomised how Real Madrid at times were hanging on.
Yeah, it was the collective display, I think. And Courtois was 10 saves, I think, from him. Did play well. There were some other eye-catching performances as well. I thought Gonzalo Garcia, the young forward, did really well in the first half, played a role in setting up the goal for Arda Güler. Of course, the three midfielders were on the score sheet in Bellingham, Güler and Fede Valverde. But for me, it was about the team and it was about the coach, because what was really impressive, having gone down to 10 men so early after 7 minutes, was the way they kind of regrouped, reorganised and made it work. And like you say, they had to be incredibly efficient. They had 3 shots on target and scored 3 goals and won 3-1. And Pachuca made them work for it. You know, Rondon caused big problems for the defence. He was involved in Asensio's sending off. But overall, like I said, I think given the circumstances, playing with 10 men for that long, I thought Madrid did pretty well. And it was a sign that Alonso is starting to kind of get to grips with this team, the way that, like I said, he reshuffled. He said basically after the first cooling break, after half an hour, he talked to the players, moved things around, reshaped the midfield, and it worked pretty well. It was a sign that I think they're heading in the right direction. And talking to Alonso afterwards, he said he was that kind of in-game intelligence, he said, the ability to sort of read the game, understand what the game situation requires. He said that's going to make a big difference for them. At times last season, it felt like there wasn't enough of that from Real Madrid. It was kind of the same thing over and over again, often from Madrid, without much kind of flexibility or tactical variation and switching things up in games. And this was I think that's something we might see a bit more of in the coming season.
Who's his first choice defensive line, Alex?
It's a very good question. I mean, they've gone out and bought half a new defence, haven't they, in Trent and Howson. Based on some what we've seen from this tournament so far, the other half needs to look as well, because Asensio's been badly at fault, got sent off against Pachuca, gave away the penalty in the first game against Al Hilal. Antonio Rudiger's coming back, and he's available. He came on as a sub yesterday. I think Rudiger goes into that centre-back pairing with Howson. Dean Howson's looked very, very good so far. And then the question is at left-back, of course. They wanted to bring in Alvaro Carreras from Benfica. He's still with Benfica at this tournament. They couldn't get that deal done. There was a disagreement with Benfica about that deal and the price and how it was going to be paid. So they're looking for a left-back. They've already signed, as I say, a right-back and a centre-back. And let's see if it's Rudiger who partners Howson. Like I say, Howson's been one of for me, the big positives so far, because what he gives them on the ball, especially bringing the ball out from the back, has been really, really impressive.
Fast forward to August 17th, Real Madrid's opening game, if that's indeed when they play. Who's your back four?
Well, Howson, as Alex said, Rudiger.
You'd have Rudiger over Militao, for example.
It depends on how the knee is.
Right.
I don't know. Possibly. I mean, it'd be great to have both those fit.
Yeah.
You've got David Alaba still there as well, who just seems to be continually.
He didn't look good in last season.
His struggles have been continuous. But left back's a major issue. It was for Ancelotti. It continues to be some. Ferland Mendy, not convinced about him, although he's the best that they've got. Then you've got Fran Garcia. You've had Camavinga go back and play there. We saw Valverde having to play right back at times last year. That probably won't happen. Obviously, Carvajal's back as well. I think he's going to be fit for the new season. That's a huge blow for them because huge bonus for them. Sorry, because fitness depending, he's still one of the best around. But again, it's down to age and stuff. So I think there's a good signs of a back four there, and obviously a world-class goalkeeper. But that left side is still an issue, and it's an issue in terms of left back, and it's an issue all the way down that side.
Yeah.
Because we saw Bellingham have to go out and play there at times. Last year he wasn't entirely comfortable. We saw Vinicius Junior playing in that sort of natural left-hand side, failing to track back. So whoever they do bring in as left back, if indeed they do, possibly is going to be under a lot of pressure, a lot more pressure than they are on the right-hand side, where it seems to get a little bit more help. So that's a big position for them. One I think he has to address before, maybe not before the season starts, but before the end of
You
August.
sure it's going to be a back four?
Yes, we haven't got time to discuss that, Gab.
Well, I know Leverkusen, he played a back three.
Do that on the Gab and Jules show.
All right, enough Chelsea and Flamengo. How about some quick hits instead?
Let's go, Gab.
Raul Asensio gets sent off almost straight away, and there's no Kylian Mbappe. So some tummy issues, poor guy. But it's okay, because Real Madrid put together a resounding 3-1 win over Pachuca.
Yeah, they were better at 10 men than 11 men when they looked very shaky defensively, especially with this new high line that Xabi Alonso has clearly been working on and trying to implement in the team. But Pachuca is not a very good team to start with. And I thought it was quite comfortable for Real Madrid to, in the end, go and win this game, even with 10 men for most of that, for 80 minutes or so. Good goal by Jude Bellingham, far too easy, but good goal from him. Good goal from Arda Güler, very easy too, but still. And I thought there would be things that would have pleased Xabi Alonso, and others that would have made him really angry. Like, if you play the highline, no problem, but if you don't put pressure on the ball, you're going to be in trouble. So there's still a lot of things to sort out.
I've only seen them on TV, but for me, Pachuca, easily the worst Mexican team I've seen in this tournament so far.
Ugly scenes at the end of the game, sadly, Gabby. Antonio Rudiger accused Pachuca's Gustavo Cabral of racial abuse, and the referee of the game, Ramon Abati, possibly for the first time ever, showed us what FIFA called the new universal anti-racism gesture.
Yeah, I'm going to start with that, because it's that gesture where you cross your arms, you make the X like this. FIFA introduced it a year ago. It was so that people could visually see that something potentially racist has happened and needed to be investigated. We don't know. We see the two of them clash. We see, frankly, Rudiger throw himself to the ground. I'm going to say this like a big baby. The racist abuse allegedly came after that. Clearly, that's never acceptable. The reason the referee didn't intervene is that the referee, he makes a gesture to show that it's happened, it's been reported, needs to be investigated. Obviously, if he doesn't hear it, he can't then get sent off. But Rudiger's reaction, and I think we both know him a little bit, is so angry that, he's, I don't know, I tend to believe Rudiger certainly in this situation. It's always hard to establish without witnesses, without people within earshot. But certainly you can't imagine somebody just kind of inventing this to get somebody in trouble in injury time in a game like this. So hopefully it gets investigated and we have some clarity. Bayern make it 2 out of 2 as they beat Boca Juniors. But Jules, how about that Merentiel goal?
Yeah, that was lovely. I mean, he also showed the limitation of Jonathan Tah, who, like, by the time he turned and started running back, I think you would have had time to fly back from Philly to London. And then for Stanley Sitch, who's still a young player, the naivety of him trying to get for the ball and literally go for like an air tackle or an air block, if you want to call it, but just missing the ball, the player, everything you want, just catching the air. And then a lovely finish by Merentiel, who scored already a very good goal in the first game, but more of a like number 9 poacher finish. This was a lovely goal. It was not enough because really Boca played with a lot of heart, as we know, and they're quite physical, but Bayern were far too good for them, and the game should have never gone to 1-1 at some point. Olise then saved it for Bayern and they won it, but it could easily have been far more because they were so superior. Juventus beat up Wydad 4-1 as Kenan Yildiz steals the show. Gab, your strong views about him?
I do. And I was just thinking about this, just talking with some colleagues who were here in town. This is who you build your team around right now. have the courage to do this, because I'm looking at when Igor Tudor, looks at the players that he has so many question marks, right? Dusan Vlahovic has a year left. I don't know if he's going to renew. Kolomoani, we'll get to him later. He's on loan. I have no idea if I'm going to be allowed to keep him. Nico Gonzalez is generally always injured. Chico Conceição is a flake. Theo Gutminer stinks, and I don't know if I can turn him around. Dude, the guy you build your team around is Kenan Yildiz. You're playing as a 3-4-2-1 formation where the wide men are a lot narrower. It's similar to what Gasperini does at Atalanta. Believe in Yildiz. Have the courage. I know the guy only turned 20 last month, but he should be a fixture, and then you work out the players to fit around him based on what you can do. To me, that's the only logical thing, and it looks like he's going to be getting a new contract as well. Manchester City destroy Al Ain 6-0. Jules, this is pretty open and shut as expected. Were you also expecting the 11 changes from Pep?
I expected some changes because the big game is the one against Juventus to top the group in 3 days' time or something. So I expected the changes. What I didn't expect is to see some sort of new tactical setup from Pep, and I absolutely loved what we saw in possession in that game. And again, Al Ain are not a very good team, so there was never a match. But to see this sort of 3-1-6, those midfielders drop in, to see 2 10s behind Haaland in a way, the width with Mateus Nunes and Ait Nouri on the other side, I think it's very exciting even with a B team, because you could also replace those B team players with A team, and Rodri will be better than Nico in that kind of lone holding midfielder position. I don't think you can play like this in top games in Europe or in the league for sure, but there might be games where you feel that this is a good way forward. So I like that Pep tried something different, and it certainly worked out, because for the hour that they played in that system, I thought they were very good with the ball. So that was quite good to see. Valentin Carboni comes up big with a late winner as Inter beat Urawa Red Diamonds 2-1. But Gab, this was very nervy.
It was nervy because they went a goal down. Great goal, by the way, for Urawa. And then I thought the rest of the game, they were chasing, they were creating chances. The goal could have come sooner. I'm okay with where Christian Kivu is right now, considering some of the injuries they've had, considering some of the unavailable players. I am extremely happy for Valentin Carboni because he's had such a difficult time, so highly rated. Obviously, goes off to Marseille, then gets injured, the cruciate ligament, then comes back. He's played very little football, and he's also somebody who's a bit different from the other players that Inter have. So I think he's an asset.
Mamelodi Sundowns give Borussia Dortmund a real scare, though Niko Kovac's men emerged as 4-3 winners. Gab, this was very fun.
I thought it was awesome, and so much for, I had the opportunity, I'm biased on this opportunity. I had to sit down with the president of Mamelodi Sundowns before the tournament, and he said, what would constitute success is for us to stand out, to show people what we can do. And of course, in the opening game, there were very few people there. There was an electrical storm. That didn't happen, but this is on the big stage. This is against Borussia Dortmund. The way they were able to put 3 past Dortmund in those conditions, 2 of the goals coming late, the way they were able to scare them. Their XG, Jules, was 2.60. This is not all on Kovac. This is pretty special, I think, from Sundowns. And I think this is the right attitude when you go and you face the World Cup. And yeah, between them and Dortmund, you're always going to expect a lot of goals. River Plate and Monterrey finishes 0-0. Jules, I wanted some Mastantuono. Instead, I kind of got a whole load of nothing.
Yeah, it was not a great watch, to be fair. I mean, he had a couple of good moments like he had in the first game as well. He's still very young, and in games like this where it's very physical, there was 40 fouls in this game. 1 red card, I think 9 or 10 yellow cards or something like that. It was just not nice. I don't think Monterrey are very good. We said earlier that Pachuca was the worst Mexican team in the tournament. I think Monterrey are not much better at all. And from a Mastantuono and River Plate's point of view, well, you go again and you should qualify really now. It's in your own hands. And you forget about this game because this was not pretty at all. Another scoreless draw between Al Hilal and RB Salzburg. Gab, it's all going to be settled on the final day then.
It is. Everybody, that group very much in the balance, of course. We saw some tremendous saves. Bono, again, showing that he really is a special goalkeeper. And we mustn't forget about him just because he plays for Al Hilal. When we do things like the FC 100, I feel guilty about that, to be honest. Yeah, Simone Inzaghi very angry. They certainly had their chances, but Salzburg had the chances too, and it will come down to matchday 3. Yusuf Belaili scores the only goal as Esperance beat LAFC 1-0, knocking them out of the tournament. But Jules, this is all down to Dennis Bouanga's late penalty miss, right?
Yeah, it came to that. I mean, Belaili, great story, great player, maverick player, so much controversy, as much controversy as talent basically in his career and in his life and in his style, putting Esperance de Tunis ahead, and then right at the end, VR intervenes for a kick in the box, no problem. Marlon on Marlon, Meria on Marlon, so no problem. And then Bonga, who's been one of MLS's best players for the last few years, suddenly LAFC's best player, just with a terrible penalty. That was saved by Ben Said, which meant that Esperance de Tunis, before facing Chelsea, are still in to qualify for the last 16, which would be amazing. And for LAFC, it's already a tournament to forget. Benfica destroyed Auckland City 6-0. Gab, Auckland City at least held up for almost the entire first half.
Yeah, I think this is the one. I don't want to keep picking on them, and obviously it is Benfica and Bayern, but this is where we see the serious drop off from one confederation to the next. A reminder: Auckland City are an amateur side. New Zealand does have professional football teams, but because they play in the A-League and not in the OFC, because of weird quirk of Australia playing in the Asian Football Confederation, they're not eligible for this tournament. And I don't know if this is something you need to look at, maybe somehow have a different qualifying tournament for it, maybe involving them, because this is, I won't say it's embarrassing, because they go out there and they try their best, but it's just not on the same level. And yes, you hold out in the way that like non-league teams hold out for half an hour at the Etihad or something. It's not my thing. Another comeback, Jules, as Fluminense come back from 2-1 down against Ulsan to win 4-2. This wasn't straightforward at all, was it?
And they were 1-0 up and cruising, and then considered those two really cheap goals I should not consider. And don't forget, this Fluminense team is the oldest in the competition, and by far, by the way. They've got Thiago Silva, of course, like 75 years old. They've got Cano up front, like 75 years old as well. They've got Ganso. You got to see Ganso play for the first 45 minutes. He's also 75 years old. But there was a lot of really good things from Flu, and the substitutions, to be fair, from Renato Gaucho made the difference. Keno and Nonato played a big part in them coming back into the game, and then there was only one team that's going to win it once they came back to 2-2 in that second half. So again, we talked a lot about Brazilian teams, but Fluminense, despite their age and which caused some issues, obviously still looking very good when they're on the ball.
Taken to Instagram today to apologise. I want to say sorry to the club, the staff, my teammates and all the fans watching. I let you down, another red card, and honestly, I'm so angry at myself. I work hard every day to help the team, not to put us in this kind of situation. Still don't fully understand how it happened, but one thing's clear, it wasn't intentional, just a football moment that went the wrong way. No excuses. I take full responsibility. I'll reflect, I'll grow, and I'll come back stronger for the badge and for everyone who believes in me. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Cucurella has spoken afterwards as well, saying, you know, he's a young player, does have a lot to learn on. Maresca said that it's got nothing to do with the fact that Liam Delap's been signed, when that was put to him, saying that when he got the red card against Newcastle, Liam Delap wasn't even around then, so that couldn't be used as a mention. But is his discipline a problem for Chelsea?
it could be a problem for Nicholas Jackson, in all honesty. And as much as everybody's trying to dismiss this as the signing of Liam Delap has got nothing to do with it, if you're Nico Jackson and now there's a competition for that spot, Maresca has to know that he can rely on you to be available at the very least for selection. This disciplinary record suggests that Maresca has some issues to deal with it. And listen, I get the apology. I guess that's part of today's game. I hear what he's trying to say, but nothing about that challenge suggested that it was accidental. It was one of those things that kind of happens in the game. It for me, kind of how poor it was, it feels born out of frustration. And maybe that frustration is seeing Delap and his performance on the day, and maybe Nicholas Jackson kind of taking some of those frustrations out on the park. I'm not sure how else you see that challenge and kind of dismiss it. He has some work to do. He has some making up to do.
Stevie?
Well, number one, I'm not keen on big apologies straight off the bat.
Well, does he not feel more that he has to, though, given that it is his second in 4 games?
The only person he has to apologise to is his manager and the rest of the players, and that's it. And you do that in the dressing room, you say, look, I'm sorry.
That's part of today's game, there's two Stevie. I'm with you there, but it's today's
big, long apology. No, I don't want to hear it. And all you got to do is look at his disciplinary record, and it smacks of. I don't think there's frustration about Delap or anything like that. The frustration is that he knows that he's not at that level. Every time he steps on the field for Chelsea, he's trying to prove that he is good enough. And when you're in that mental state of mind, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to do reckless things. And that's 18 yellow cards in 78 games for a centre forward. That tells you he's running around like a chicken that's lost its head, trying to prove something to himself or Chelsea or whoever. That's not how you play the game. And one of the biggest problems he has is with his finishing, and it's about composure. And when you're going around getting 18 yellows and 2 reds, that's lack of composure. This guy's not a calm player. This guy's running around, as I said, like a chicken without its head. You know, yes, he makes great runs, but if you look at him, he's always running. He's just got that nervous energy, and that's what happens. You make mistakes, you do silly things, you get red cards, you get 18 yellow cards, and to me, it's all to do with what he's doing on the field that's making him frustrated and makes him not quite see things as clear as he should.
It's a difficult one, and I guess Stevie's point, but and to your question, Kay, what can Maresca do at this point? You know, I'm just not sure. And we had this discussion about Nicholas Jackson a couple of days ago, and Dan asked the question, what do you do with him? Similarly, I'm not sure. Back in December, he signed an 8.5-year contract. He's got 8 years to run. So now, all of a sudden, you have a striker who's getting himself in trouble. You're thinking about replacing, but he's there for 8 years. And that kind of dictates some of what you can, or to the point, cannot do with him. I don't think he's at the quality that Chelsea need if they're talking about not just consistently finishing top 4, but challenging at the top end of the table. But they've boxed themselves in, and the solution to that, I certainly have no clue.
It's definitely on Maresca. You've got to take the air out of the balloon. If you do that with him, then you might have a chance.
Because all the word is that they're looking to keep hold of him, even though there is interest from clubs in the Serie A, big clubs as well, that they're expecting him to fight for his place.
Well, yeah, and they should be, because right now they have a young player in Delap who you could argue, well, not argue, he's not ready to lead the line for Chelsea. And you would argue that Jackson's not good enough. I certainly don't think he is good enough to lead the line for Chelsea, but he's certainly way more experienced than Delap. So they can't afford to lose him unless they bring in that bona fide centre forward who's going to be better than Jackson and who's going to be doing a bit of everything, holding it up, running in behind and scoring goals. Maybe that's Delap down the line, but he's not ready right now.
The weird thing for me is how good Nicholas Jackson was in the first half of last season. Maresca comes in and all of a sudden is getting the best out of Nicholas Jackson, which prompted that ridiculous contract extension. I thought it was ridiculous even then when he was playing well. and then all of a sudden, second half of the season, we'd see him regress to what we'd see in the season before, and again, kind of have Chelsea wondering what next.
Yes, OK. Elsewhere in the Premier League, as we know, the news is now official that Florian Wirtz will be a Liverpool player in the coming season. It's a British record fee of £116 million. It's a 5-year deal. And we got to hear from the German playmaker himself now that he is a member of Liverpool.
Was the right point in my career to make a next step. And of course, I wanted to get to a club who's like from the top 3 in the world, and in my opinion, Liverpool was one of them.
The Liverpool fans are excited that you're joining the club. They've been waiting for us to announce this transfer. What would you say to the Liverpool fans?
Thank you for the support, and I'm really looking forward to.
All right, anybody home? Everybody's sleeping. Okay, so good night to you. Good morning or good evening or good whatever time it is. It's hot. It's 80, 85, 90 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit. And that is about 40 degrees Celsius. Very, very hot everywhere you go. Outside is even worse. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Anybody got the news? Is there any... Oh, let me see. Is there any lineup already out? Sleepy? Let me see. Twitter. The lineup should be already out. Okay. Should be already out. We're gonna discuss a little bit about the lineup. And then we're gonna see how it goes. So let me see. You close the radar. Close that radar now. And then run to Chelsea official account and double check if there is any Chelsea. Oh, this one. Okay, so yeah, the lineup is out, and you can see here on your screen: Jorgensen in goal, Gusto, Tossen, Badia, Anchapong, Lavia, Dewsbury, Hall, Enzo, Madueke, Nkunku, Delap. Still not Andre Santos. I don't know what it is, but this Andre Santos situation is getting really, really worrying for me. 3 games, no minute so far. This is absolutely insane. Like, Chelsea fans are not happy about it. I'm not happy either. Mr. Pollen say that hello, good morning. Yeah, good evening or good afternoon, good evening here. How are you doing? I'm connecting from Cameroon, but I'm from Nigeria. Yeah, I know you. You immigrate. You left your country. You are in Cameroon. Yeah, it's very hot here, man. It's better inside, but I just came back and it's like you have to put the AC on and it takes time to cool down. So I'm still really, really, really hot right now, unless you have to wait a little bit, 30 to 1 hour before the conditioning start working. Outside humidity, oh Lord. Humidity outside is absolutely insane. So that's the lineup there. I don't know. I don't know what Santos need to do to start games or to play games. And people are gonna say, "Oh, well, listen, the sporting directors are to blame." Blah blah blah. This is what I said. Santos need to start. Andre Santos need to start or riot. But it looks like he's not starting. Okay, what are you saying? Actually raining here. Yeah, I wish it was raining right now. I really wish it was raining. Everybody is going to be very happy if it starts raining here. Because it's good. It's like, it's not even good to be outside. It's better to be inside. But this is time that you have to go to the park and play football. Play with friends, but extremely hot. And just imagine what the fans are feeling in the stadium where you have 40,000 people inside. Everybody got the heat on them. So yeah, it is what it is. Summer. So no Santos, no party. This is ridiculous. And I don't know who are we going to blame now. Maresca is going to say what? Santos is not good enough. But it is what it is. Today we have to win because Chelsea are in a very good position at the moment. Actually, we're not going to play Bayern Munich, even though I wanted to play with Bayern Munich. I was one of the few people that didn't want to feel anything bad about playing Bayern Munich because of their name. They've been crap. They've been beaten by Barcelona, small teams from the third division in Germany. They've been beaten, you know, here and there. And today again they got beat. So I was one of those people who said, no, you have to beat the man to be the man. I wanted to beat them in the round of 16. So you take the fear factor over. You say, okay, I already beat Bayern Munich, and then you go with the confidence needed to go and probably win the whole thing, you know? If you're going to just rely on, oh, man, I'm afraid, let's just play small teams. And then when you come to the really, really tough moment, you know, the latest stage of the thing, of the competition, and then you start struggling. So I was one of the few idiots that said, bring it on, man. Bring it on. Bayern Munich, I don't care. I don't care. I feel a little bit discouraged because of this lineup here. So Lavia, Dewsbury, Enzo, Madueke, Nkunku. Like, how the heck Christopher Nkunku is on the pitch and somebody like Santos is not? So, and people will come here and preach you that everything is on the sporting directors, and Maresca wasn't backed. But you have excellent players that can play, and we know that Nkunku already checked out. He's already gone. His head is gone. Why are you playing him? That is a good question to ask. But of course you can't ask because you have an agenda. You have you are Pochettino apologist, or whatever they call Pochettino revisionist. So if you complain about Maresca, you are Pochettino guy, or you are a hater. So that's the way it is in the Chelsea community. All right, Mr. Victor.
Hello, bro. How are you? How are you doing?
Just came in and it's very hot. Humidity outside.
It's hot. So we are in the middle of the furnace in the USA here. I just looked at the what is it called? That lineup, I don't know what this coach is going to be our doom unless there's a real explanation. Of course, Enzo is in the team. He will take everybody else out, but this one player will always be on the team. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Caicedo is tired. Even Palmer is tired. Anybody that can create is tired. But he obviously Enzo will be in there. And this team is secondary. It's almost like they don't even want to proceed in the tournament. Like, we know that going in a tie is enough, right? We don't need to necessarily win because whatever we do, we get a tie. The only thing that will cause a problem is a loss. But if it's a tie is enough, that's why he's going in like that. He has a low expectation for this team. He is not, gonna let us go. This guy is not gonna go take us out there to win the Champions League anytime soon. We will not be that close, anywhere close, because he has set a low expectation for these kids, for these boys. And it is, you see that in the way he selects, the way he talks about us when we win or lose. It's just frustrating to have this manager. I solely blame it on the manager. The way we play. Everybody in the football world talks about the way we pass. We have the irony about our team, this Chelsea team, at the moment, is that we have the youngest people, the youngest team in the entire tournament, the youngest team in the entire Premier League. Yet we are the slowest when it comes to building an attack. The way we build our attack, we will pass in the back. The midfield don't know how to do any penetration. They always seek the most comfortable pass. There is no daring in them. You saw that when Kopama was substituted the last game, he sat there. Well, all of them sat there and saw us lose miserably, and you could tell that this guy is restricted in what he could do. Now, I don't put a lot of stock in one person. I think Kopama has real issues, and if he stays in Chelsea, he might stagnate with the development when it comes to this style of play and also with this coach. Because there is no real freedom. Kopama is not getting any better. I don't see one player who came in with an expectation that is being met. Kopama came in, his expectation, he was going above his expectation, and look at where he is now. It's because they don't even get to get the ball to play. If the ball is being played in the back all the time. He sits this Sanchez and the rest down because they are not comfortable on the ball. You should know that by now. And if you don't have any other personnel and Sanchez must play, then play a style of football that will not put pressure on them. I don't understand it. I can see from afar the kind of pressure. Chelsea doesn't win comfortably. We could be leading, but the way we play, we let teams settle. We don't kill them off. It's either you go for the juggler, and you are only strategic when you are, playing tournament football. You have one game left. You are leading by one. You have 15 minutes left, and you are like, let's pass. But majority of the time, go for the juggler. We work these boys. Football is a running game. Chelsea players don't run. We walk with the ball. We receive easier passes here and there. So any team settles. Now, if you are able to let the team settle, right, and even if you are better and you don't kill them off, and you let them settle, then it's chances are they can come back at you because they know you don't have any other way of biting them or hurting them. And then we do these passes and the boys throw their hands up in the air. You think the opposition doesn't see? They see our frustration. They see that we don't have any strategy left. So they come at us. The better coaches always come at Chelsea. Enzo Fernandez doesn't run in the middle. Caicedo might be able to obstruct, an attack. But I say Caicedo's passes are not incredible necessarily as a midfielder. Enzo Fernandez drifts to the front every now and then and scores a goal and buys himself months of playtime. Because that's all, the coach already trusts him. So if he scores, he validates in the coach's mind that he's good. So everybody else will be asked to sit. Like this game, look at the people he has put on there. Champons and the rest. How do you put these kids to play a World Cup game? How do you do that?
to his credit, if we look at everybody is complaining at the moment, right? Including PSG, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. Everybody has kind of got disease and struggling. Yesterday he said that Reece James is sick, ill. Who else? The other boy, Levi Colwill, also is sick. The heat is almost impossible for them to train. So I think some of the decisions he will be making will be based on doctors' recommendations, not necessarily that his decision to play certain players or not, but it depends on how you perform and how the doctors are going to evaluate you. So that is another side of the story.
They should know. The FIFA people, right? I think they have started. They've been looking at USA because it's 350 million people strong, right? And there are so many immigrants here and we have so much. I mean, all these the what is it called? La Liga and Premier League and the rest are all popular, and they get a lot of money from sponsorship from American companies, TV companies, and they know that if they can bring tournaments here, we'll be fine. I mean, we are going to face this again next year, but you have to understand that these stadiums, okay, America gets really hot in the summer. You know, majority of the country gets very hot in the summer. Okay, so if you are and football is not necessarily a summer game. Even with American football, right? They barely ever run, but they do it in the winter. They don't even do because of the gear and everything, because people will pass out wearing those things and running around with it. So if you want to send this game here to America, you have to tell Americans or the people that are in charge to build stadiums that are covered, so you can control the temperature a little bit. Americans don't cover their stadiums. Interestingly, when you go to the South, the stadiums are more covered in the South, but they were built for American football, which in the South is not that cold or it's not even snowy. So it's always counterintuitive, right? But in majority of the country where you can play some of these games are always up, in upper half of the country where they don't cover their stadiums, and so these big, huge stadiums are uncovered. And if you cover them, or at least if you have a shade, then you can put some air conditioning there, like the Qatarians did, and then you can have these games played in the summer. Now, to bring all these international tournaments into a weather like this is as hot as it could have gotten in Qatar. And all of us were saying, "Oh, Qatar is gonna get hot, and we can't play the football." But they built stadiums where they could at least modulate the temperatures. America, no, the stadiums are open. Because
Qatar also played in winter. Remember that?
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's why they played winter there. But what I'm saying that even in winter they were supposedly supposed to be hot. But if you are going to play in the dead of summer in America, and you're going to play in these big open wide stadiums where they don't really care, because normally when it's being used for our biggest sport, which is American football, it is mostly in the winter months.
Yeah.
So people get scared to come in here. Next year, people will come here for the sake of it to come and play the World Cup. But if it's middle of the summer like this and we get this another heated summer, the games will not be enjoyable. Because you are forced postponed games, and then if you play deep in the night, like 9 o'clock, like today's game, you have to think about the world market in terms of viewing, possibilities. That Australia people will already be up going to work, and that's when you want them to watch a World Cup game. So it is tricky. That is why our game has been successful near the what is it called? In England and other places, because when they play it, if you are in the US, most of the time in Europe, when they play it anywhere in Europe, when you are in the US, you get to see it. Europeans get to see it in the night, and it's also not too cold, too hot there, or it barely ever gets to be this hot. So it's a sport that you have to play. Now I'm saying this knowing that Africans don't have variety of what is it called, weathers. And it's constantly hot, but we still have great African teams. But we also know that that's why the great African teams, when they do international football, they don't do very well, because they don't have the time to really think too much about the ball. They just play it because of the heat. I know I'm being a conspiracy theorist here, but all of these things have to be considered when you are thinking of a tournament. But that being said, the person that will win this tournament would have still played in this heat. So I am sick and tired of our excuses from this coach. Like, I know that coaches are there to protect their players,
but they are fact too.
Yeah,
they are also
I know,
fact. Yeah.
No, yeah, I know they are facts, but the other players, the other teams that are winning,
Yeah.
playing and running in them, are also doing so. Something is wrong with the way you
So
are doing.
if you look at like South America, they are just a little bit like Africa. They have the Ecuador
and they are also
line,
in the middle of their season,
and they are in the middle of the season, and they are already, in shape, in top shape compared to us, who took like 1 week, went on vacation, drink or whatever it is, or they didn't even take a vacation. The majority of them went to the national team.
We just finished our season. If you were playing the World Cup, you would even spend more time in between season and the World Cup for these international players. For me, I feel like if this is really what you do and you're professional, I'm not saying they are robots. You should just, turn a switch in the back of their bodies and put them on the field, and they will just perform. They are human beings. I understand that. But when other players come in and you can't even tell that they are doing this, they are also in the heat, then there's something wrong with you and your excuses. I don't get these excuses. I mean, today, what is it called? Bayern's game, when they finished, you could tell these German players, they were like, they couldn't even breathe, but they still played, But coming to strategy, right? Well, I don't know. You said maybe he needs to rotate because of that, but you do your best with the first 2 games. Now the third game, which is now crucial, and you have to win. Okay, wow. When we draw, we move, go on. But it's still Chelsea. And today's Chelsea is so unpredictable. We don't win by 1 usually. When we are even up by 2, we get all very what is it called? Very nervous. Was it Madrid or some other team that was down by a man a day or 2 ago or yesterday, and they still won by 3?
Real Madrid.
Yeah, it was Real Madrid, right?
From the 7th minute.
Yes.
7th minute.
But there was none of us thought or ever thought that Chelsea down by 1 and down by a goal will come back and win this game. Even though some of us were hopeful, but we know that because of the way we play, there is no sense of urgency in our play at all.
Well, we haven't really reached the level of like Real Madrid. I know they have a good a new coach, but they still have pretty much the same players as trying to play the same system. So just giving another context when it comes to, why we don't do this and that. There are certain things that comes with time, with working together in like one system. Now, even Chelsea, we already changed the system. We tried another system against Flamengo and we got destroyed. Something completely different. So we're coming from another complicated system that people haven't really like understood anything. And then we're trying to make a change and try different things in the middle of a competition. Like, probably the wrong time, because I'm one of those people that comes here and say, no, I don't want to be one-dimensional. I want to see plan B, plan A. But listen, just because you change to 4-3-3 doesn't mean that you change everything, because still the same personnel, still inverting, still playing people out of position. So kind of all the same, but just the name changed, but we haven't seen that much. So I think Chelsea players themselves, they're still a little bit confused on what we're doing, where to be, on those stuff.
I mean, I just, and I don't know if he hears it. I feel bad because I don't know if the reporters, because the reporters can shift mindset and mentality and the way of doing things a little bit when they ask the right questions. And when we, I remember, was it Palmer who said, there was going to be another pass backwards, and I felt like, changing it a little bit, and then I kicked the ball. It was a game between us and...
the final of the...
Yes.
Yeah, asked about Betis.
Yeah, does he hear these things? Because we have a reputation. Chelsea has a reputation for just holding the ball for the sake of it. And it doesn't go anywhere. Our passes are not positive. I've been following this game. Yesterday, I watched Inter Miami, and And I saw that they don't do much. You know, I mean, they are basically
Palmeiras,
their
they
whole team.
play Palmeiras.
Yeah,
Huh?
everything has to go through Messi, which is good. The guy walks 80% of the time, and when you give him the ball, he changes the trajectory a little bit, and make sure that if he he slows it down or he puts a little bit of speed in it. And then you hope that Suarez gets it because of experience in his erratic number 9. He tries to score. They don't really. The other players are not that good, but slowly they are all kind of trying to play like Messi. When they get the ball, they are much more comfortable with it, like Messi is, because Messi and what is the guy in the central midfield? I've forgotten his name. Okay. Anyway, he's also very good. I think he also came from Barcelona. When they get the ball, they know where to go for the passes. They slow things down, they maneuver it around, and then they are able to advance it when it goes through Messi, and he's able to use his genius to give you a pass that you can't do much about. But because the rest of the players are not that very good, and also they don't have a very good defense, they squandered their 2-goal lead. But you could tell that the way they play around these very, very tactical and very experienced and great players. And I don't know if it is too early to ask that should be done with Palmer, because for me, Palmer has so much to still work on in terms of his defensive attributes, and and also he goes missing. He doesn't go and get the ball. I mean, sometimes he's done that for us, but majority of the time, he waits for the ball to come to him. He doesn't go and get the ball and create. So anyway, I'm just saying all of this to say that all of these tactical analysis and everything, and I know that if you were a coach, there's so much more you have to deal with. We just watch the game, and then we come out and criticize him, and I'm sure that when they finish, they go. But you die by that sword, though. And nobody sees anything else but the 11 people you selected and how they perform. So if I'm watching us play, and I'm like, wow, our passes are so predictable. Like, we don't use our bodies to sway, let the ball roll in front of us and then run with it. We don't take players on at all. Everything is pass. And even the passes are so
a lot of useless passes. Yeah.
It's very short 10-yard passes, and it doesn't do much. And every now and then, our goal that we scored, right? The last goal, it was a mistake. Like a lot of the teams that I have seen work the ball, even when they get in the midfield because of the rebound or whatever, they work the ball into there's a real intent there. It's very, very hard to see us working with the ball, Madueke and the rest being intent, like this is intentional. This is what we've been training to do. We know that when we give this pass, this person will be running there, because all of them are 10s and 8s. All of the Palmer goes all the way back beyond the center line, way back into his own half to go and get the ball.
And that's what I said. They are a little bit confused also on their role. Like, you see, like they're walking on each other's ways. How many times that you see like Kukurea, right there in the box like a number 8, and then he find himself in the same position as Enzo Fernandez and also Cole Palmer, and they're just like, hello, what are we doing here, kind of. So I think it's the system, the instruction from the manager is so complicated that we found ourselves like nobody really knows. Like, we are overcoached, and finally, like, we don't really know what we're doing, and we are walking on each other's way. So if we can simplify those little things, details, and not too much put to players' heads, because they are just human beings that need to think, in a couple seconds to where to move and what to do. So you keep it simple. It might help, but it looks like it's really overcoached and so much to remember, and finally people are confused. So that's the way
I just don't understand. I mean, today's selection, what is it? Gusto is playing because what? James cannot play. You said earlier on.
Reece James is sick. I think the heat is making them sick. Levi Cowell also is sick. And we don't know, probably Kopama and other people. You could even tell during those live streams that they put, like live training, you see that they are even struggling to breathe. And I understand that. I know that they are paid millions and they have the best doctors.
For me, it's not about the millions they are paid. The health is health. But everybody is dealing with it. You know, like I see games that are being played and the players cannot wait to celebrate goals. They are running left and right. The balls are, and they are all in the same country. It's not like, you know, they are all dealing with it. So I just feel like so much excuses, though. I really, really feel like it's a lot of excuses. You know, you know, it's all depends on the coach coming out and say everybody's dealing with it. And if you play this game and you are a young man and everything should be working, and you know, we have the youngest. I mean, should we have an issue here? We have the youngest team in the tournament, and we are complaining. It is mind-boggling. We don't run. I'm telling you, Oz. If you watch Chelsea, it's the most frustrating thing to watch. We don't like running. That's why any team that likes running bullies us. Because our team is full of people who don't run and also people who are just simply lazy. And the ball has to come to their feet. They don't run into spaces for it. You know, and you know, it's just so mind-boggling. Like you watch Chelsea, it is frustrating. That's why anybody that runs a little bit, we get it. As a winger is being sought after big time, because if you see him, he's gonna come in and put a little bit of energy into our team. Now,
yeah, we don't know yet, though.
Yeah, but if we can get him, but for me, it's like this team that is right there on a game that is a must win, right? I know that
not.
Why is Nkunku? I mean, I know that if you wanted to use Nkunku, then use Nkunku in the league too. You know, he's playing. It's important to a
it's
player.
Very confusing. Nkunku, what he's doing here. I mean,
you don't put him in a league where if you lose, you can recover the next game. The last 10 games, he was nowhere to be found when we needed experience and we needed people to come and help.
No, not even that, my friend. I think he could even score today. My problem is that brother head is not a Chelsea anymore. You can tell even when he's on the pitch, he doesn't want to really do a lot of effort. He doesn't want to get injured. He want to go somewhere where he can play week in, week out. The World Cup is next season. You know, the FIFA World Cup for men teams, national teams are meant, and he need to play. And his mind is not a Chelsea anymore. Why are you playing him? Putting himself at risk, putting the team at risk, and somebody who doesn't want to be there. I think it could be you put somebody else like Andre Santos or somebody else can do the job and let. I don't even understand why they brought him in America, because we all know that since the beginning of the season, he just wanted to leave. So why are you bringing him and not playing people who stay there with us, who need to understand the system, and just give them a chance and let Nkunku go? I don't get it.
I think somebody probably called him and told him, there's a possibility of us switching with Garnacho. So putting Nkunku out there, let him score today, and then his price tag will go up a little bit.
What if he got injured?
I don't see the point, And the thing is this: we have a way of stifling. And this has been a problem at Chelsea for a long time. The backline passing. I know the past 5 years, it started with Sarri ball. And the past 6 or so years, we have been passers of the ball just for the sake of it. When he put Jorginho into the center of it all, and we became passers of the ball. And because of that, even when we bought new people, we weren't supplying them a lot with the balls. And if you get few chances and you are also not a prolific scorer, you don't thrive at Chelsea. I fear for Delap a lot, because the last game that he was in before he was substituted, he touched the ball maybe 4 times. You don't get a lot of the balls with Chelsea, because majority of the time, Sanchez is playing risky balls back there, trying to build from the top, and it never happens. It almost never crosses the midfield when they do that stupid little playing from the back there. You can count on your hands how many times they are successful within the course of a first half. They are not very successful with it at all. So I don't see why he's insisting on that. The players are not comfortable on the ball. Now, to play from the back, you have to have players that can use their bodies
Exactly.
to swerve, to swing, to deceive, and
and this is why in this show, in the same channel, every time I try to like find a little bit of balance, because we all kind of see only one thing and then we focus on that. Yes, the owners are bad. They didn't buy Haaland, they didn't buy Mbappe, or okay, we got that. And also you have to question the coaching and why certain decisions are made, knowing that we don't have the players to play that kind of football, and you continue to force that kind of football, and you're going to continue to blame the sporting directors and the owners. Yeah. And certain games that we've been there, you have Rhys James, you have Malo Gusto, you have Josh Anchampong on the bench, and you play Chaluba as a right back. Make it make sense. Like, is that the sporting directors telling you to play them? For what reason, really? Like, they bring players, they spend 60 million, 40 million here and there. They bring players and immediately they tell you, don't play them. That is the conspiracy that I don't know what kind of level is that, but it doesn't make even any sense to a 5-year-old. Like, I just bought those players for you to play them. You decide, no, I'm not going to play them. And immediately certain people in the Chelsea community, grown up, parent, telling you that he been instructed by the sporting directors not to play those players that they just spent millions and millions 3 months ago. I don't know how that makes sense in a human level. So there are certain decisions that the manager need to take responsibility, instead of all the time when we lose or we have a bad game, the sporting directors and the owners. Ask yourself a question. Do we have Santos? One of the best in the world. Last season, why is not playing? We know that every time you put Nkunku on the pitch, he's absolutely crap useless. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to put a tackle. He doesn't want to get injured. But somehow the manager is putting him. So Todd Bowley called and told Maresca to play Nkunku for what reason? Because if he got injured, they are not going to sell him. Even if they sell him today, nobody in their right mind is going to pay 30 million on that brother, because his value is absolutely crap down. So what is the point? Like, if you start thinking like intellectually in certain things, and you take the narrative and copy paste stupidity on social media, you start thinking and you're like, this thing doesn't make sense, this thing. But we are living in the social media era where, you know, the more stupidity you talk, the more successful you are, and the more people listen to you, because they just believe on one word. They don't read books, but one word is just like the gospel, because that guy is popular and have a lot of followers. But I don't get it. Let the greet Aziz, who just joined us, and then we're gonna continue talking. Aziz in the building.
Hey brothers, how you doing?
Yeah, we are here. Hot.
Big
up, Aziz.
Big up to you, man. Big up to you. How you all doing?
Yeah, we just good. Did you see that we avoid to play Bayern Munich the next round? So everything turned to our advantage now.
Now, but if you guys know the keep there,
wait, Mr. Oz. What kind of mentality is that? What kind of cheap mentality is that? Because we lost to a Brazilian team that half of our squad, they are not even half of our squad, like in terms of transfer value. 3-0.
3-1.
3-0, 3-1, there's no difference. You see, we are trying to avoid Bayern Munich. I would love to play Bayern Munich and see the quality we have if we can compete in the Champions League. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm with
if you
you.
don't play these boys against the big team to know where their quality ends, okay, where can we fix? What can we do? You're just adding more layers to the crack. You understand what I'm saying? Just
Yes,
like
I'm
Mr.
with
Victor.
you on this one because I also said that to be the man, you have to beat the man. I made a few videos about it. I'm one of the few idiots on social media who said,
Yeah,
I
but sometimes
I
if you
wanted
have,
to play Bayern Munich in the next round so we can
You know
see.
why I wanted to play Bayern Munich? You know why I wanted to play all those big teams, Mr. Victor? Sorry to cut you off. I want to see the IQ of this coach compared to other coaches. What's he going
but
to
he's
do?
already proven he's not that great.
No, he's already proven his this thing, but he is already taking us to Champions League. Let's see what he's going to do. Let's see what he's going to. He's just going to come there and disgrace us. Like,
Yeah, he's clueless. And this coach has no tactical. I mean, we've known him for a year, and we can count on one hand, not two, how many times he's made some changes or put people on the floor. And again, when we came out here, we were like, today we'll give him the kudos. I think maybe it was only a couple out of the 55, 60 games we played this past season. He is not tactically astute. I mean, he was a championship coach. You know,
he
and he
beat
thinks
Unai
that our
Emery.
levels are not
He
yet.
beat Unai
Now, people
Emery.
are thinking that with the additions that they anticipated, right? If we're able to get the Gittins and the Igetike and what those guys, will mix it all up and we'll get a squad that will be formidable enough for both the league and also for the tournaments. But I tell you what, if you have Santos and you are not we don't even know how these players play. I mean, on what goals Green F has Badiashile earned this man's trust, right? For him, Badiashile walks with the ball. In the next 30 minutes, when we all go to watch the game, you just give me a second and watch Badiashile when he gets the ball. He stands on it and walks with it majority of the time. This is a running game. The guy looks like there's a disc connecting his spinal cord and is making it so stiff from his head to his jaw, to his ass bone. That is the kind of player we have. He's so stiff. And it's not like he's just being there to calm things. No, his passes are off. He doesn't run. So why is this guy playing over anybody else necessarily? And I know that they are squad players. Every now and then you have to give them a chance. You give them a chance when the games are necessary. Like if we had won the first two games, and this one, you put all these players in there who are not going there to necessarily make you win a game. But this is not our best team. Santos is doing wonderful things in the team he was in. Granted, the level of that league is not the premier level, right? But he's still the player that everybody is talking about. And he comes to play tournament football, and you are playing your 3 games, and he hasn't even had a substitute position.
I just don't understand, man. And before I forget, you see, this kind of situations is when a player starts saying, if I can't play in games like this, my place is not here next season, and start like asking for, a loan so he can play and continue to develop, or ask for, sell me so I can go and find a home and play. And Chelsea, PR, always they come and start making PR moves and say because the players wanted to leave, that's why he went. Because the players wanted to start games, they have a guarantee to start games. So Chelsea Football Club, you don't challenge anybody. You are there as a player and you have to wait for your time. So they're going to blame actually the player for wanting something for himself, and they're going to turn the majority of the fans online against that player. This is exactly what they are doing with Petrovic. They did with Santos. They did with Vega, just to try to twist things around, and the fans will say, "Oh, but you wanted to leave," but they forget about the context in which the player wanted to leave. That's the problem.
You know what's so funny? Before we brought Shaluba back, you remember we wanted to sell Shaluba. Unfortunately, this brother forced his way back into the squad. We had a Vega that could play as a center back.
He refused. With this manager, you have to play 10 positions. Centre back, midfielder, number 10, number 8. He was pushing him all over the place.
Listen, we had a Vega. You had a Vega that was not injured. He didn't really play that much game, but was playing in Europa and he was giving it all, scoring headers, overlapping, doing so many stuff. You had a Vega that can play as a centre back that could pair with Cowell or any of those guys. You understand what I'm saying? He's big, he's built. I see the way he's bossing it at Italian league.
It's crazy. I mean, look at
you had a João Felix.
Look at this set of
Let me before João Felix was actually one of our best players, even after for Kopama and the rest that were doing stuff. João Felix was one of our best players. You could have seen
we don't play
you could have left. Even if you don't want to, even though you don't want him to play as the striker, João Felix could have played the number 10 when Kopama was having his bad form. João Felix is skillful.
João Felix is one of the baffling what is it called problems we have in there. Like, you need people that have IQ football. Chelsea has very little. We have only Palmer, like, who can see the pass before they get the ball. It's only Palmer that we have.
The problem also we have with Maresca. Maresca also is
people who can give you these impossible passes that you need to break up defenses and sometimes take out 3 or 4 people out of the game. I do not care. Like I said, I told you earlier on. And I know that he's on a different level, right? But Messi is walking throughout the whole game. But why is he kept in there? Because when he gets the ball, he changes the whole trajectory of the game. You need speed because they know that when he gets the ball, he thinks 3 or 4 times and he passes, can disable 2 or 3 members of the opponent and make sure that the ball is having a positive pass. He's giving you a positive pass. João Felix is not at that level, but João Felix is close to what we can
to that level.
The entire team, everybody just pushes the ball forward. Okay, Madueke gets the ball, he just pushes it forward. Everybody else, they just push the ball forward. They don't think about how to give you a pass that will disable anybody. Like, none of them. Enzo doesn't do that. Caicedo doesn't. They get the ball, and actually, when they get the ball in the midfield, I'm always praying that they don't lose the ball. Unless it's an easy and comfortable pass, you don't expect them to use their bodies to do anything. What is his name? Lavia every now and then can do that, but if you leave Lavia alone, he's in trouble. Look at these players he's put on here, and I know that we went from João Felix to here, but look at these players. You have a must-win game, and you have inconsistent players. A Champon, Dewsbury Hall. When did these people play together? When was the last time they played together? To know where anybody has to be when they are actually building to go and score. Any build up. Look at the disjointed players he's put on there. There is no real consistency there.
And you know what's so funny? Nkuku doesn't even want to play from the left. Why don't you let Nkuku play in the middle? We've been judging saying, oh, he's not playing Nkuku in his right position. Let this brother play on the middle, behind the striker. You understand what I'm saying? Get another winger that can attack. No, brother, you are playing players out of position. And I've been saying this from day one that this is not championship football. This is Premier League. There's levels. There's levels why championship team come to the Premier League and flop and go back to their place. There's levels why Bournemouth go to the Premier League and they flop, but they dominate the championship. There's levels where Leicester come and they go back. You understand what I'm saying? Playing players out of position. These players are not cohesive. They are not like, okay, Pep Guardiola plays play out of position, but these players, they play together. They know how to hold the ball. They know how to play with the ball, but these players can't do that. They know how to invert, but these players can't even do that. You are forcing something on. It's just like you are building on a
That is a
bad.
very good point you're making there, because I tell you what, people like Robin, right? Arjen Robin. He does one thing, one position, but he does it very, very well because he knows, like, you can't stop him. People like him won't even have playing time under Maresca. He's going to be sold immediately because he's a flop, because he can only do one thing and one position. So today's modern Maresca ball, because he invented football and everything need to be, you have to play 1,000 positions. If you don't play 1,000, if you don't play out of position, you are not a football player. The way I see it also is like, he can't handle egos. He can't handle people telling him what to do or knocking the door or asking coach why I'm not playing. I think you give him an attitude or you ask him questions, he's gonna show you that I'm the boss, I make decisions. You have to do what I'm telling you to do. So he can dominate. So everything need to be, it's my system that works, and not, because Nkunku is a good number 10. Because Reece James is excellent number 1 fullback in the world. He doesn't want that to be there. It has to do, okay, did you see Reece James in the midfield? Nobody believed that he can play in the midfield. Look at him. He scored goals in the midfield. Maresca is a genius. So everything goes through Maresca. It's his glory and not people's skills, not the players' glory, because I put you out of position and you still perform good. So it's my system, it's my way and not your way. So all the glory to me. But he hasn't earned that level of arrogance. That level belongs to people like Jose Mourinho, Ancelotti or Pep Guardiola. But you haven't really shown anything to make everything complicated for everybody. So, and that's why I don't really blame so many players. Even Disasi, everybody knows that I'm not a big fan. But I gave him a lot of credit because you play him as a right back when you have a lot of right backs sitting on the bench, and you push him with force, you force him, you shoehorn him from that position, and he makes a mistake or he passes the ball straight to the opposition, they score. I don't blame the player because you are the manager who put him in this position. Makin.
Yes, big up, Oaks, big up, Oaks. Oh, man. This is one of those games, isn't it? Guys, I don't think this is a downer. I feel like we can be optimistic about the lineup, It's not that bad, And I feel like we can win this game. The only...
I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
we are going to win
yeah,
it.
we can win it.
I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is, like, in general, what is happening in the team. I think we can still win with the lineup that we have, but when we're questioning, like Nkunku, for example, there's no doubt about his quality. I know he will score today. He's going to score, but we're gonna sell him tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're gonna sell him tomorrow. So why not, like, put the players that will stay with us for next season? Those are the questions that you have to ask.
Yeah, but then again, we have to understand that Nkunku scored so many goals by playing behind the striker that we decided, you know what, if he's good enough, Nkunku is good at what Cole Palmer isn't good at.
Which is what?
Nkunku, which is scoring as in that position, being a goal scorer from that position and having over 20 goals. And the thing is, Cole Palmer's a playmaker. Nkunku's not that much of a playmaker. He has more end product than creativity. So him playing behind the striker today, we might see some end product from Nkunku because he plays well with a big man. He plays well with someone in front of him. So I don't think that Nkunku is going to be the side effect that we're going to have a bad game or not. unless we decide to play him far wide on the left. Then that might be an issue. But if we play him right behind the striker or in the Cole Palmer position, Cole Palmer struggles to score like that. The way Nkunku, is known for. So if we use him the right way that we've seen him do, I don't see why we can't get the best out of him. And we have the lap up front who's energetic, and he's definitely going to score today as well. So I don't
today,
feel...
I'm not going to be surprised today to see him play as a winger or from out position, even when Cole Palmer is there.
That is because we have only one winger, Madueke. I mean, he has to be a winger. If
So
that's
the problem. That's the problem.
We were
with,
talking about Dewsbury Hall as number 10 or Enzo and Dewsbury Hall are really sharing that position as number 10. He this is the thing is this. For me, I rate coaches by the players that in their brains are irreplaceable. Okay? And that is how you rate a coach. It's either one that universally everybody says, build your team around, let's say Cole Palmer, because he's that good. So you allow him to roam and do whatever he likes, because when he gets the ball, he can change the game in an instant, right? And the coach accepts this, everybody accepts this, and no. He loves Enzo. Maresca loves Enzo. There is no reason why Enzo Fernandez should be our captain. There is that simple likeness that he loves that guy in the midfield a lot.
Yes, he has to.
Yeah,
he has to.
But
He cost him so much. He has no choice.
For me, no, not at all. Lavia is a better player than Enzo. If it wasn't for injuries, but of course, being healthy is part of being available to play is part of it. But even when he's available, even when both of them are available, he always pick Enzo. Enzo is the only one that has not been rotated in this team since the Premier League days, right? He's been playing, and the people just keep talking
to the
about
point. Sorry, Vic. To the point where they even held back here Andre Santos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My point was getting because that's why I'm situating, because every game is won or lost in the midfield. Okay, and you, to the extent that all the noise, we were all excited about this tournament, saying that Santos will have his chance to play in this tournament, and we are in our third game, and it doesn't seem like this guy will get a chance. On what goes green, and what we know that our midfield is where the rotation has to happen, because those are the players that are playing most. Caicedo and Enzo's combination have been playing the last 10-15 games of the Premier League. So if you took him to a tournament football and the heat is overbearing, and punishing, you have to rotate the midfield. And if you have to rotate the midfield, there is no way you're telling me that Enzo Fernandez is better than what is called Santos at the end of the season. Santos, I've seen his game. He is very, very, very forward. He's very direct. Chelsea is not direct at all. And it's because our midfield has no directness in the players in the midfield. They don't push the ball forward. We are always attacking to the periphery. And you don't have better wingers. So you can easily be stifled in terms of your attacking play. And then everything rests on the defense. And the defense is not confident enough. So we lose the ball, and you have a keeper who is not necessarily comfortable with the ball, even though you want to build from the back. So the whole thing is disjointed. And then you, on a game that you must win, okay, a draw is enough. But on a game that you must go and impress because you lost the last one miserably by 3-1, you put these players who have never had any cohesion by playing together. So you see the psychology of the whole thing. He might have an explanation for it, but my goodness, we don't understand this coach at all. Because we see
because it's true. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, can I add?
Exactly. We see with our own eyes what these players are capable of. We've seen them play day in and day out. And then you put in Nkunku, Dewsbury, Champon, Badiashile. These players are not playing together day in and day out. So at least
and you know what? They complain about the heat. Remember, they was complaining about the heat, But you have in the center, you have KDH and Enzo that has not been rotated, but you want to complain about the heat.
I'm telling you this. If you want, because I think he wants to maintain a spine, right? And that's what I'm saying to you. You have to think twice. Who is sitting down today? Because Caicedo and Enzo have played the same time. In fact, Enzo has played more But Caicedo played every single game in the league. So fine, everybody keeps saying that. So it's like Caicedo is the one that is being marked to sit down. He wants somebody between the two to still be on the field whilst he's adding Lavia. He doesn't want to have Lavia and Santos. They are two new people. They don't play together and they will be lost on the field. I understand that. As a coach, you have to maintain some continuity. But in lieu of what? If you are going to do that, then don't make your attack be impotent by putting Dewsbury Hall in front of those two, in front of Enzo and Lavia. Because that's when Dewsbury Hall is going to play. He has to play 10 or 8.
I think somebody from the stadium been reporting that Dewsbury Hall is going to play as a winger. I don't know if it's true, but you can tell from when they warm up. I think Nick Puel or Nizer Kinsella live from the stadium just said that he's going to play. We don't know yet, but, you know.
Ooh.
Yeah. So he
but you see what I mean? When was the last time you saw Dewsbury all play from the left as a winger? When was the last time? You see,
sorry, against is it Panathinaikos?
Yeah, it's one of
one of them teams.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the problem we have is that when he has to do experimentation, it does not make sense, because when he doesn't need to, he does them in such a weird way. So we cannot have a thought process. We cannot follow our coach and say, "Oh, this makes player."
Yeah, but guys, Savio Savinho for City, he was small as well.
Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is that he would need to have the trust of this coach. Now, that trust will probably also require us, the trust that he has for Enzo Fernandez. He will need to give the same trust to this boy for him to develop and do well. Do we have the time? Because the way he selects his players, he does things in such a way that this is only the second game or the third game that Delapi is playing for us, right? But the way he does his selection, it thwarts the growth of our players. Like I said earlier on to Oz, which player has he really improved? For a brief moment there, right? Palmer was great, and even though Palmer was here before he came, but for a brief moment there, Palmer was great. Has Palmer been great since then? No. He does not improve our players because of the position he puts them in. Conversely,
yeah, but if KDH plays on the wing, that means then Kuku's gonna play in the center. So Delap might score. You never know.
About this game. I'm not even talking about this game.
In general.
After this game is over and we move on to, of course, the Premier League, and we start the what's it called, the next year season. For me, I feel like this is where the problem is. Who does he improve? Because to improve players, sometimes you first have to play them in their natural position first. This guy doesn't like that. Unless the person is a goalkeeper. Everybody else has to learn to play somewhere else, which I don't necessarily hate. But if you are not in a position where you can afford that, you go with the basics first. Let the players
but for that to be tested, Vic.
Yes.
Let's say we win this game and the next round, we face because Palmeiras is facing who now at the moment? Botafogo, right?
Yes, we're gonna play against Benfica.
Yeah, Botafogo or Benfica. So if we beat Benfica, we have to face Botafogo or Palmeiras,
so we have a clear path to at least semi-final here.
One question, please. Do you even know if you're going to ask one question, guys? Sorry, are we even sure we're going to win this game?
Yes, I'm sure.
Nah, that was the same yes you said against that Brazilian team. Please.
Yeah.
As I did like this, let me tell you.
I said the same against Flamingo. But today also I'm gonna say the same. Sometimes I got it right, sometimes I got it wrong. Today I'm gonna get it right. Yes, sir.
Now,
I'm telling you something now.
With Chelsea, we are schizophrenic. When we are supposed to win, we don't.
Guys, I'm gonna see you guys here. I'm gonna head out.
All right, no problem, my brother.
Get ready for the match. Peace.
Yes. Yes, Aziz, you wanted to say something.
Let me just. The only way I can't see this coach succeeding at Chelsea because to be honest, wait, one question I want to ask: how many more years is it going to take for these people to sell Chelsea?
Well, after 10 years.
After 10 years, so somebody can come by Chelsea.
Yes.
How many years have they spent at Chelsea now?
Say it again.
How many years have they spent at Chelsea?
3.
Okay, I got 7 more years to go.
Yeah, I think by then we're gonna win the Champions League
Oh,
and the Premier League.
Wait, is it in the dream or where?
Yeah, that is the reality, bro.
Which dream? So I can come dreaming with
We are going to
you.
win the Champions League by
I want to be in that dream too, sir. So I can dream that. I want to dream.
I'm smoking something.
Shit. Unfortunately, I don't smoke, but I would have loved to smoke that with you. I've stopped smoking.
No, but the thing is, for me, right? You work with what you have, and what we have is not bad. I mean, look, we have so many players all around the leagues in the what is it called in Europe. We have all these loanees that we've got sent out there, right? The loan players we send out there. You as a coach has to sit down and say, who can I put in my best 11 and the second best 11 to make this team successful? 2 players in each position. 2 players, world-class players. You want to develop them to be world-class players in this position. How can I build their confidence and work with them to make sure they are the best that they can get, right? And every now and then you add and add. Look at what is it called? City. They have already mounted another Galactico already by adding the Cherokee and the rest already.
Yeah.
Because everything is strategy. You don't need to revolutionize the entire team. But this man, the way he's building our team, and the thing is, you know why it is successful? It's because the spine is good. If you have Rodri and the rest, and you build your team around them, you know that they will always be there to make sure the team may fall before, but it will be temporary. They will come back because all you're doing is adding a few more to the branches. The branch, the stem, the trunk, the middle is fine. The spine is good. And if our spine is, what is it called? In his opinion, if our spine is Enzo Fernandez, we are in trouble. Because out of the 3 possibles right now, Lavia, Caicedo, and Enzo, out of the 3, the middle there, right? Enzo is the one that is consistent. Is playing every single day. Caicedo plays, but Caicedo is a disruptor. Caicedo doesn't get the ball and every now and then push the ball forward to make sure he goes out there and disrupt the opponent's back line and score.
Okay, so I have a question for us because I'm gonna take a break. I'm sweating here. I don't know if this air conditioning is working anymore. What is your score prediction for the first half? We're gonna continue people with commentary, but I'm gonna take a little break just to get something. Try to see what's going on with the air conditioning. Yes.
I think it's 1-1 first half.
1-1 first half. Aziz, what do you think?
5-0. I'm being realistic. 5-0.
Come on. Listen.
Actually, you told me to dream. I'm dreaming now. I said 5-0.
Yeah.
Let me say this to Aziz.
But you know what, Mr. Victor.
Yes, let me say this, Aziz. Chelsea, the team that is called Chelsea presently, we don't have goals like that in our team. When we score 1 or 2, we are content. I have never seen a bunch of players. I mean, even when we haven't scored, we only rise up when we are down, and even then, it's always too late. We are not killer instinct is out of this team.
I think
Aziz
is trolling.
Aziz
is
very,
trolling.
Very comfortable.
Brothers, he's trolling. Watch the first half and come back. Let's discuss.
I want to say something. Sorry, I want to say something to you guys. Why can't Enzo Maresca try Enzo, Caicedo, and Lavia in the midfield? Shift Kopama back to the right. Let this Portuguese player play from the left. Kopama is going to be drifting from the right into the free row play. Remember, he was playing under Pochettino. He was playing the free row. And we have Delap to strike. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good idea, my brother. We're going to discuss about it at halftime. watch the game and come back when we win 5-0.
5-0, 5-0, 5-0, man.
This guy is trolling. He's just trolling. So people, I'm gonna leave you with some commentary, and I'll be back. It's really hot here. I don't know if my air conditioning.
Money for Chelsea, that money for Esperance.
And this is the countdown to kickoff in Philadelphia. As away we go at the conclusion of Group D. Esperance need to pull off one of the great results in their history. Chelsea in pole position to qualify for the round of 16, but 90 minutes still to negotiate to confirm their fate a little further into this competition. The 8 changes made by Enzo Maresca. He is using the full depth of his squad. Nicholas Jackson suspended, of course, after his latest red card in Chelsea colours.
Left-hand side, but it's going to be interesting to see kind of the continued tweaking from Enzo Maresca of these minute little details of what he's trying to get across and get out of the best of his group.
Yeah, that's already very obvious. You can see him center of the screen, 27, Gusto coming into a more central role, and we'll see Enzo Fernandez just drop out to this left side as well. Enzo Maresca, not quite the tinker man of past Chelsea head coaches, but certainly one who is exploring and developing, and he said this week in his press conference, evolving this team as he goes into his second full season in charge. Madueke is down on this left side as well. We thought he might be over on the right. It's all Chelsea possession to start. Esperance happy to sit in. Madueke with the cross. It's deflected off Ben Ali. And we have the game's first corner in the 3rd minute.
Yeah, not only is it Malo Gusto playing more as a centralized midfielder similar to Rhys James, but it's also Dewsbury Hall, dominant left foot, as high and as wide on that right-hand side as possible. He'll be taking that outswinger from the near side, but here's where the size and physical strength. Zonal marking established from Esperance from the very opening whistle.
Nkunku joins the likes of Delap, who is already involved in a physical battle with Ben Amida. Just said this week how much he loves the old school side of the game, Liam Delap. He's a more traditional English centre forward.
He's more of a 90s forward.
He certainly is. Dewsbury Hall then getting his first minutes of the competition and taking the opening corner of the game, floating it in where the header is not far away either. It just went wide of the post as Badiashile was up there.
Well, they have so much size in their targets, but keep an eye on the ghosting run from Nkunku. For Esperance, physically and mentally, they've got to be turned on, and it's got to be a lot better 2 minutes in to establish that type of opportunity. Well, as a feel-good factor on set pieces and corners for Enzo Maresca.
A thoughtful look from the Chelsea head coach. He said he's been watching Esperance's domestic games as well as their couple of Club World Cup matches so far. And he noted the Flamengo match as well. He said they hung around in it well until the end. Didn't concede the second to the 70th minute. Of course, Chelsea well beaten by Flamengo, ultimately losing a lead. And now a chance for them to get through. It's Mokwena. Gusto tracking back. For just a moment it opened up for Esperance. You wonder where the creativity and the goals can come from tonight. We do have Sass back in the lineup. But without Belaili, there's There's a craftiness in the side that is lacking for this man, Meir Kanzari, the 52-year-old, who is in charge for his third spell.
Oh,
of the Tunisian Giants. Look at that.
A fascinating 52-year-old in charge of Esperance, and for the manager himself, looked at as a developer of Tunisian football from the under-17 level, the 20 level, the 23 level. He's been in charge of 21 different positions throughout his career that started back in 2006.
Caretaker spell 7 years ago, a run in 2010 as well. And here they come again. Mokwana is the man lurking on the edge of the box. He's the one whose touch is a little bit heavy. And Badiashile gets it away. This is Jan Sass. He'll favour his left foot, even though he's playing out on the right. Konate slipping it in. And there's a little trip. More than it mattered.
A little nibble right there on Lavia as he gets in front of Jan Sass. But isolation 1v1 on that left-hand side. Little clipped-in ball. Good read defensively. Attacking player goes to ground thinking that there might be some type of collision available. Best chances so far for Esperance. Transition moments through the number 24, Elias Mokwana, down that right-hand side. The South African winger showing against both Flamengo and LAFC that he's got a pace that Chelsea's back line has to pay attention to.
And they've gone tonight with Ashraf Jabri up front. And that's something that the fans of Esperance have been calling for. So Rodrigo Rodriguez has dropped to the bench. And Jabri will get his chance as the lead man up top. Kunku across to Dewsbury Hall. Badiashile has got the run from Madueke down the left. Madueke now with the cross, and it'll be another Chelsea corner.
Well, for Esperance, they'll be thinking about their shape and organization, but the understanding of transition moments, wide play. And again, if you're asking your wide players to attack and defend when you have a player like Nani Madueke, you've got to really be sure when you're picking your moments of stepping forward.
Badiashile was the man who went close from the first corner. It was delivered by this man, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. A little bit of transfer speculation about him back in the English media at the moment, and possibly West Ham. Comfortable header away. And Gusto has it pinched off him and recovers well against Van Sass.
Well, I'm not so sure why he's looking back at his defender. That's his hesitation that leads to the mistake, in Jan Sass looking to get that touch and getting away. Again, it's a rotation for him into that central part of midfield as opposed to playing either on the left-hand side or more used to being on the right-hand side. But it's a very similar role to what we saw in the first 45 minutes against Flamengo for Reece James.
James among the Chelsea substitutes tonight. There has been a little bit of illness in the Chelsea camp as we remind you of how Group D looks going into this match day 3. Chelsea at the moment hold the cards for second place. And Flamengo already through, and they are 0-0 in the early stages of their game against LAFC in Orlando at the moment.
Well, in these last 48 hours wasn't just illness, but concern about the heat that Chelsea was dealing with heading into their training session. So much so, Enzo Maresca confirming that he took mainly his group and a couple of substitutes out on the training pitch. The guys that were going to be involved. So you can tell the speculation about him preparing the group, but also with one eye, which is on that next round.
Chelsea not unused, of course, to the summer heat in the United States. They're frequent tourists here, but also a lot of those games more exhibition, friendly matches. 22 players will often get a full game in a friendly. These ultra-competitive matches, and indeed they have been restricting their training the last couple of days. Unseasonably hot, even for this time of year, up in the Philadelphia downtown area and just outside the city where Lincoln Financial Field is housed. Gusto will help it back to his keeper, Jorgensen, who starts tonight.
Good clean feet, great decision. There's a nice little bump off the ball on the number 2 right back, Ben Ali. He dropped his shoulder on Enzo Fernandez, one that will not be forgotten over the course of this match.
Sure not. Maria laid off for the run of Gusto by Liam Delap. Starts again tonight in Chelsea colours, the big off-season signing from Ipswich Town.
We've only seen him in now the 3rd appearance for Chelsea, but your point is well taken. He's a proper throwback. He loves holding up, quick little combination play. And the moment that he lays the ball off, I don't think people truly understand how fast he is with his movement and the ability to stretch the back line. He's very, very clean and complimentary with the way he plays that, interprets the number 9 position. Really impressive start.
Ten minutes played in Philadelphia. Esperance coming out on top in the 2nd game of the group phase. A gritty affair with LAFC. One of penalties overturned, penalties saved, chances ultimately taken, and a lifeline thrown for them here in the Club World Cup. Canate combining on the edge of the box with Jan Sass, and then Ogbello losing out, but they've got it back. Ogbello had a very good game against LAFC, sitting in front of that back 4.
It's been a really interesting take on the Tunisian side, winning their record 34th league title, the Tunisian Cup as well, but losing in the quarterfinals to South African side Mamelodi Sundown, 1-0 on aggregate. They love pressing with the front 3 without the ball, but a hybrid of a 4-2-3-1, but it's really box to diamond press in that midfield where they're always trying to make sure they're tight defensively and they're closing down with numbers.
And one of the reasons for that Champions League exit was put down to the absence of that man Yassine Mariah, who was out with cruciate knee injury. They didn't really replace him during that time. Missed his presence on the field.
Well, probably similar to some of the less established teams in this tournament, you lose 1 or 2 crucial leaders and difference makers in your team, and you know there's going to be an opportunity, but it's going to be an uphill challenge to replicate the ability of said player.
They've brought wonderful support to this Club World Cup. They are known in Tunisia as the club by and for the locals. The victory over LAFC was their 3rd in their 4th Club World Cup.
I think there was a fascinating article that came out before the start of this tournament saying the winner of CAF, the Champions League in Africa, the prize itself was about $4 million. Teams could effectively triple if they get to the round of 16 what that value looks like. So you think about this, the strong getting stronger, but at the same time, it just gives them this effect of buying and selling, developing, and constantly challenging and winning titles, both domestic and international. Plus, the fan base of Esperance has been up there with any of the elite showings that we've seen throughout the United States in this tournament.
Something he was asked about, Enzo Maresca, yesterday, and he didn't want to overplay the role that the supporters inside such a big stadium could play. But no doubt he was aware of it. Chelsea have their own large support in this country, though, as Delap shoots, and straight at Bashir Ben Said, the keeper.
Yeah, I was watching a Chelsea social media post earlier this morning, and it was a target practice finishing drill. And Liam Delap's ability to create space and how quickly he generates in this tight window, the amount of power and accuracy that he does is really, really impressive. And a big warning sign for the 2 center backs for Esperance.
Now this is hit on the volley by Jan Sass.
Oh, he's the most active 3 shots against LAFC. 10 league goals, 15 goals, and 37 appearances in all competition. And the Brazilian number 10 not afraid to pull the trigger. He has been everywhere.
Wasn't he in Nashville about 3 hours ago? I think he was. Jill Ellis on the left there as well. The US Women's National Team World Cup winning coach, alongside the FIFA presidents in Philadelphia tonight. Long ball over the top, and that's for Fernandez to chase. Enzo won't get there. Comfortable for the keeper, Ben Said. For 15 minutes. Cautious start, no real major goal-mouth action. If anything, Esperance have, other than the Badiashile header that went wide from a corner, but Esperance have had a chance to run at that Chelsea goal a couple of times, but the finishing product hasn't quite been there for either side so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're really comfortable, Tony, on the build-up, but then they try to play as direct and in behind as quickly as possible.
Enzo wanted a free kick, didn't get it. Referee is from Argentina, Yael Falcon Perez. That might be a free kick. Benali on Madueke.
Oh, and a player sitting on that yellow card picked up in the first 2 matches. Madueke, he's so quick and decisive, and that is a heavy challenge. Absolutely should be yellow card worthy, as well as a second look from VAR, Nicolas Gallo, because that has been an inside clip, studs up, and very similar to what we saw from Nicholas Jackson against Flamengo 4 minutes after he came on as a substitute. At a bare minimum, that should be yellow, but more importantly, that should be looked at by VAR. That is a reckless, malicious challenge, not just mistimed.
The Colombian Nicolas Gallo is our VAR official tonight. Chelsea for now content with the free kick. It's Enzo and Keenan Dewsbury-Hall standing over it. Gusto on the edge of the box there as well. Achimpong lurking. This goes deep. It's a punch away from Ben Said. Javier will retrieve it on the far side. Still plenty of white Chelsea shirts are forward. Achimpong with a good move, but then a misplaced ball. And these are the moments where the Tunisian side want to break with some pace and catch Chelsea high upfield. Bonici's ball forward. It's retrieved by Benali, who got high upfield. And that's good work from Mokwana.
Jan Sass wanted nothing of that challenge.
Dewsbury-Hall trying to spread it. Important interception.
Yeah, they've been loose down that right-hand side between Dewsbury-Hall as well as Achiepong.
Sass with the layoff, and Jabri feeling the attentions of Badiashile and getting the free kick.
Well, as a former center back, we always know when you go tight, you got to be careful with the arms, and 2 hands wrapped around in that left around the kind of neck area. He's got the size advantage. He's got the long reach for the early toe poke. Jabri just trying to absorb the challenge and plays up to the referee, pulls the landing gear up, and a set piece opportunity for Esperance. These are moments that they have to take advantage of. And it'll be interesting to see how high the line is for Chelsea. That confrontational line, that's 25 yards out? 23, 24 yards out?
Yeah. Look at that. That really illustrates it, doesn't it? Yeah. Tugai is the man standing just behind it at the moment, and for what is for now an offside position. Benali down to this right side. It's delivered by Konate. And in the end, easy enough for Jorgensen to deal with.
I'm actually surprised that Tony didn't really float that higher to the back stick of that line defensively. Allow a player just to crash, put it back across the face of goal and cause havoc. It's a lot of numbers.
See a very exercised Maya Kanzari on the touchline, the Esperance head coach. As forward comes Achiampong. Dewsbury Hall now lifting it deep. Enzo will chest this down. Support from Gusto. Here he is now. And it's his cross back post. Oh, and it was Dewsbury Hall's header, acrobatically headed away. And behind it goes for a goal kick. And there's the captain doing what he does best.
It's a good idea. Enzo does a great job holding the ball up, and he knows the run from Malo Gusto's right there, little roll. And as he clips this ball with his left foot, Dewsbury Hall, the idea is either pick out that far post side net or try to put it back across the traffic. He decides to go with the latter. And great positioning from the captain and center back Mariah.
Terrific scene. All that red and yellow as well behind the goal. If this is good, lots more good stuff to come. Thursday afternoon, the battle for the top spot in Group G. Juventus and Manchester City. They've already secured their places in the last 16 after back-to-back dominant wins. Now, though, they're going for top spot. It's free on DAZN and TNT from 2 o'clock Eastern. To see who has the possibility of facing Real Madrid in the next round. At the same time, by the way, exclusively on DAZN, Wydad take on Al Ain. After both being eliminated, they're playing for pride in that one. This cross lifted deep and harmlessly across and behind it goes. By the way, at the conclusion of that group, as indeed with all of them, if you want to watch both matches at once, upgrade to DAZN Premium and stream on 2 devices so that you never miss a moment.
Well, he wants the left foot. He gets the left foot. Dewsbury Hall, it's a little bit of a snake. He clips it back post, and you can see Enzo, the captain for Chelsea, incredibly frustrated. Watch his arms. He wants that second ball and that second run at the back post. Oh, not a good look.
Oh.
Ben Said down. Tunisian goalkeeper, you can see he's reaching for the back of that left hamstring. Effectively a water break as well as a timeout.
Indeed. And I saw a pair of gloves being put on behind Maya Kanzari there as well.
Is it Mamichi or is it Debshi?
And he's got 2 options.
Well, we were waiting to see how this group responds after the failure and embarrassment of losing out to Flamengo in that second half. And I think Chelsea, ultimately, Tony, they understand the responsibility of carrying possession and the game, quite frankly, over the course of 90 minutes is obviously at this stage of the season, the endurance is tested. And as we've seen in these 3 games, new prospects continue to be integrated. And can these younger players take advantage of Enzo Maresca giving them a chance?
Well, they'll want the keeper to continue, won't they, Ben Said? He saved that Denny Bouanga penalty in the final stages against LAFC.
LAFC Flamengo, 22nd minute, 0-0 down in Orlando at Camping World.
And a reminder, of course, Flamengo already through. The scenario in this game we're watching here is that Chelsea advance if they avoid defeat. So a draw or a win sees them go through as the group runners-up. Esperance, though, have to win. The winners will play Benfica on Saturday in Charlotte. Flamengo Bayern set up for Miami Sunday afternoon. Free kick here.
I'm not so sure that it's the collision that draws the attention of the referee, but it's certainly the scream from the number 10, Jan Sass. As he goes to the ground, Enzo's right arm drapes across, doesn't touch him in the face, comes against his shoulder neck area. But that scream immediately allows the referee to blow the whistle, set piece opportunity, and we'll see what the high line looks like this time for Chelsea.
Enzo had that red card in World Cup qualifying action for Argentina recently.
Look at Madueke, say no chance. No chance. The manipulation of the game, Tony, at the highest level. Call it the dark arts, call it the gray area. The reality is we just talk about the ball between the white lines for 90 minutes, but there's so many more nuances that come along with that conversation.
And of course, you really stir something extra into the pot when you bring these teams that don't know each other very well together in major competition. It was played into the box by Tugai, and there's an offside flag up there on the near side. It'll be a free kick.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because there's not going to be a single player for Esperance that's not familiar with any of the players on the field for Chelsea. Because of the size and the stature of the club, with the amount of money of investment and the continued evolution of that roster, Esperance will be very familiar with the player profile as well as the tendencies, because they've watched them week in, week out on the television. That cannot be said the opposite direction for Chelsea, for Esperance, similar to the conversation we had about the game against LAFC.
Chelsea pushing forward through Lavia. This is Enzo, and there's Delap trying to get in behind. It bounces off on Bellew. Madueke, two men marshalling him. Now Delap. No foul, says the referee. Lavia trying to thread it through to Enzo Fernandez again.
Well, the one thing I can say, I've been really impressed with the competition factor from Esperance. And I think the one thing that Chelsea's realizing in real time is the player profile, the physical profile of the Esperance players means there's speed, there's athleticism, there's closing down space, and there's been a lot of intelligent defending, both individually and collective, to start this match.
We talked about the familiarity. Of course, they will have watched so many of these Chelsea players. It's different, I guess, being up against them when you see the whites of their eyes. And here is Lavia now onto his right foot to shoot. Good block of Bellew. And the ricochet has taken it away. And Esperance do well on that far side to get the throw.
Oh, he's part of that trifecta alongside Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez, and that three is so dominant at times in that central part of the midfield. And Lavia, as long as he stays healthy, will continue the evolution of being widely regarded as one of the best young, up-and-coming midfielders in the world.
Still just 21. Hefty price tag when he moved from Southampton a couple of years ago towards the $70 million mark.
You know what's interesting about that conversation, though? We look at Enzo, we look at Caicedo, and I feel like nobody this season has talked about their price tags.
They're hefty, that's for sure. As Delap is going to win a free kick here in a dangerous area just to the left of the penalty area.
Again, similar to Badiashile, watch the hands. Any player will know, especially an attacking player, in that final third, you got two hands to your body, you're going to go down. Pull up the landing gear, see if you get a really dangerous opportunity for a set-piece chance and a unique angle, because not too often is a goalkeeper going to want someone sitting on his near post. They're going to try to hold that line at the top of the 6-yard box, and as a defender, I hated these type of angles of defending.
Yeah, almost a short corner, really, this. Options.
But we hate it as defenders if that ball was played between the goalkeeper and our line dropping in, because it's that much higher of a threat of an own goal.
Very clear instructions from Tosin. Joins Delap there, right on the edge of the 6-yard box.
Yeah, and see, now they've taken away the near post with that wall.
Three clear targets there. Gusto lurking on the edge of the penalty area as well. Lifted in, and the keeper, well, he got it after a second grab.
I'll tell you what, though, as a warning sign, all the players for Chelsea should recognize that that ball wasn't held on to. And in that spilling moment, now the anticipatory second runs have to be there.
Wonder if Ben Said's mind is still on whatever that injury might have been, and where he's completely comfortable out there. Tosin has
he
put
might
that
have rolled
behind.
I think he rolled his ankle. I think he rolled his ankle, Tosin.
He's feeling it straight away, and there it is. Right ankle.
Yeah, watch where he jams up. He jumps in right here. Watch. Stepped on it. Yep, he rolled his ankle. He tried to take it with the outside of his right foot, and he just went over.
He's also sent it behind for the first corner for Esperance. Keep an eye on Tosin and whether he can run that off as Mokwana takes up that position right in front of Philip Jorgensen, the Conference League winning goalkeeper for Chelsea. Mariah, the skipper, in there as well. Nadia Shiel away and thinking about lining it up with Ben Ali. Instead, useful cross, and that was Jan Sass, whose touch let him down at a crucial moment, but the flag is up.
Tony, I think the best player on the field for Esperance has been the right back, Mohamed Ben Ali, the 23-year-old Tunisian international. Right here at the service. Looks like everybody's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That
think
would have
everyone
been
was
interesting,
on.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, because the only player that might have been leaning was the number 19, Jabri. But Ben Ali, the right back, has been fantastic defensively, and he's been phenomenal getting forward and variation of service and connectivity on that right-hand side.
Hot night in Philadelphia. We go into a cooling break. And while they do that, we'll tell you about this. Jake Paul returns to the boxing ring to take on former WBC middleweight champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. It's live this Saturday, June 28th, exclusively on DAZN, and you can buy that now. And straight away, some words for Tosin. Probably checking he's okay, Enzo Maresca, but also a few words of instruction.
Again, I think the best moments for Esperance, they've been slow and methodical, the build of the four out of the back. But then they'll try to be direct and try to find the channels, whether that's in wide play or up and over the top, and see if they can stretch the legs of the back four. Chelsea, on the other hand, I think has been pretty good. I think we expected them to be better, but I think that shows a little bit of disrespect to what Esperance is capable of doing. But in the idea of being dominant, how can they have more variation of maybe pulling Esperance's not only two defensive midfielders, but their back four around just a little bit more to create that daylight? For as good as they've been on the ball, I think the off-the-ball movement is critical towards the end of these final 14 or so minutes.
I know in the Tunisian media today, much of the chatter for Esperance was going to be, well, if we're going to have a chance of pulling off the upset, it's likely to be try and be as solid as possible, try and sit in, try and make Chelsea break you down, and it's what you can get. Can you be opportunistic? Can you catch them on the break? Can you take the fleeting chances that might come along? And from that point of view, that game plan is what we're seeing.
Yeah, I would add one more thing to that. Antagonistic on both sides. Defending on set pieces, and then in the attacking phase of play on set pieces. And we've seen them grappling and wrestling, and I think it's going to be easy for the referee to make a decision to either point to the spot or call a foul in favor of the defending team.
Both teams refreshed on this warm Pennsylvania evening. And the Danish goalkeeper Jorgensen, actually born in Sweden, but Danish nationality, gets us restarted. He played 23 times this season, just the 6 times in the Premier League, but he was a regular in the Conference League, which Chelsea would lift. More silverware at Stamford Bridge.
And winning 9 of the last 12 matches, 116 goals in all competitions heading into this tournament.
Delap trying to tee it up. He's got support from Gusto. Lavia, Dewsbury Hall out on the right. Just the two in the middle in white. Lavia again. Belu.
That's a dangerous
trot in.
tackle too.
Gusto. We'll come back to those potentially. Madueke. Now 4 in the middle. Enzo's touch, cleared away. Badiashile, very advanced centre-half. Here's Tosin. That ankle looks okay for now.
I heard a really interesting conversation. The example for Chelsea playing against low blocks is something that they should be used to, considering the amount of games they had to go away from home and play against Conference League teams.
That's right. Of course, the Conference League does produce games, particularly in the earlier stages of the competition, against a number of the minnows, really, as Badiashile hits that over the top. More of the minnows in kind of European competition, with no disrespect to them, but it is the third-tier competition across Europe each year now.
Another look at Madueke and Badiashile. It took a deflection on the way in. It looked like it came off Bellew.
It was. And it's a Chelsea corner.
Watch the physicality of the Tunisian defenders. Watch how tight and how the grappling aspect.
Chimpong. And he shoots, good save, and there is Delap. Well, he was about to fire it in, probably from an offside position anyway, but they actually got back.
Yeah, a touch lazy from Liam Delap. As you can see, he's slowly, methodically walking back towards the penalty spot when the shot comes in, very clearly in an offside position. And then effectively goes for power over placement. Last-ditch defending, flags up, correctly so. An important, small little microcosm moment right there for Esperance to, as a team, continue to clear their lines together.
Liam Delap has said that it was a bit of a gut instinct that led him to choose Chelsea, but of course in wearing the number 9 at Stamford Bridge, he's got to overcome what some people talk about as the curse of the number 9 at Chelsea down recent years. You think of some of the great players that have struggled with the weight of the number 9 on the jersey. Lukaku, Fernando Torres, who was bought for big money, who'd done so well at Liverpool but then couldn't replicate it. Aubameyang in there as well. But he's a confident young man, and I don't think little anecdotes like that are going to matter to him too much, no matter how much a good little story they might be in the newspapers.
Yeah, unless your name is Didier Drogba or Diego Costa, I think it's going to be difficult for any number 9 to theoretically put their names up in the bright lights. But what I like about Liam Delap is that he's different. He's different from Nicholas Jackson. He's different than Christopher Nkoku. And I think those differences will lead to different options for Enzo Maresca.
Gusto now. Surprisingly, Enzo Maresca peppered with transfer speculation and questions by the English media who travelled over to the States.
Oh, they've been busy. Liam Delap for 35, Esteval at Palmeiras for 30, Asugu 22 million, Sar 14, Kendry Paez 10, Quenda, Denner both for 10. Spend a little bit more for the young dynamic players, take the risk, and hopefully there's a big payoff. I mean, it's been interesting the way they've built the team and the amount of money they've spent in the last couple of years.
Madueke. Still in, of course, for Jamie Gittins. Try and bring him back to England. The Dortmund attacking midfielder, wide man, striker.
Well, I think what caught us all off guard in the beginning was Todd Bowley, Clear Lake Capital, knew that they came in with money to spend, an extraordinary spend at that, but going about it and jumping in the plane and meeting with the directors, having dinner all over the world, and at the end of the day, maybe we're the ones that are being laughed at as opposed to the ones that were initially skeptical and laughing at the idea of how they were going about their business.
LAFC have taken the lead against Flamengo, but it may well be ruled out by an offside flag in Orlando. So that game remains goalless at the conclusion of Group D, and we are goalless with 6 minutes to the interval. This scoreline would suit Chelsea. It would send Esperance out. And what is their 4th appearance, but their first since 2019 in the Club World Cup. Which is taking them back to 2011. Finished their domestic season with the league title, of course. 4 wins and a draw in the last 5, and 9 unbeaten in the league as well.
I think it's been a solid first 40 minutes for Esperance. The longer they keep the 0, the more frustrated Chelsea becomes. And then you think about those final 15-20 minutes where it's the necessity of trying to score a goal, and Esperance, the challenge is to take a bigger risk, throw more numbers forward. And who inevitably that benefits. We saw it last night between Inter Miami and Palmeiras, as the manager for Palmeiras threw everything on the field in hopes of gaining back a traction on a 2-0 lead for Inter Miami, and they got it, and actually almost walked away with the 3-2 win in the final moments. But the depth of that roster on that bench is extraordinarily talented for Enzo Maresca.
Reece James there on the right. He and Levi Cole will have been a little under the weather. Caicedo, an option to bring in. Cucurella. They were talking about the lack of depth. That's the one area where perhaps they don't have as much depth. Left side at the back. So that's why we're seeing Gusto lining up there tonight when he's not inverting.
Well, there's nothing clear for Ogbello when he goes to the ground. You see him with that left wrist. Didn't see him get stepped on. He just went down and trying to absorb the blow of the challenge.
Just signed a 2-year extension with Esperance. Manuche Ogbello.
I like him.
Really the standout player in the game against Flamengo. Beaten 2-0.
I think that's part of the other conversation. The beauty of this tournament is players, while representing the country and the crest on their chest that they play for, it won't be lost on any of them the opportunity for maybe a big move. I'm really intrigued to see, once this tournament is finished, the flurry of moves that have to do with players that have participated in the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup.
No doubt. I'm sure we're going to see a few, aren't we? Incidentally, when Tunisia play as a national team, one of their nicknames is the Eagles. Or maybe in the venue of the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly is what they might do tonight. And that's man will certainly be hoping so. The Smiling One is their club nickname, and the Blood and Gold. Truly the elder of the Tunisian clubs, with the history, with the trophies. And hoping to add to that storied history in North African football here tonight. Got to think, hold them to 0, hold Chelsea to 0 as long as you can would be a major part of the game plan.
Yeah, short-term thinking, get to the halftime break without conceding. 100%.
Madueke in a good position to cross, and Mariah is there to clear.
Oh, isolated 1v1. Oh, a little nutmeg, filthy right there on the right back, Ben Ali. He was the player that had stomped and caught the inside of that ankle. The early challenge on Madueke about 20 minutes ago.
He's been your man so far as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I liked him.
What you see?
I did. I did until he got nutmegged.
I just thought I'd bring that up at that moment.
Well played.
Lavia. Now that's hit the referee, I think. Yale Falcon Perez from Argentina. It's a mainly Argentinian crew.
That's the frustrating part of the way that the referee is managing this situation. With the drop ball, they're going to kick it back. But Nkunku's saying, hold on.
Well, we were in the ascendancy.
I had possession right at the top of the 18-yard box. It should be our ball.
Yeah.
I was always under the impression that the laws of the game adjusted now for the referee being hit with the ball. The ball would be dropped in favor of Chelsea, not for Esperance to boot it 60 yards away.
Yeah. Did you used to volunteer to go in for the drop ball when it was a contested drop ball?
Of course I did.
Left foot, right foot.
We used to joke around the dark arts was the Dunsethery of the game. You give a nice little thumb to the ribs and the 50-50 challenges.
Final seconds then before we go into what will be a reasonably lengthy period of added time at the end of this first half. We've had a cooling break and 1 or 2 stoppages along the way as well. It's kind of so far so good though for Esperance. Here's Guinichi. We're into the 5 minutes. And that's what they'll look for, the quick break. Now Sass makes the run. Here he is now. He drags Tosin out with him. This is where they got to keep it. Oh, Bellew loses it. That was Delap, and they quickly will switch. Noni Madueke. Oh, he's done nicely. And here's Enzo to hit one. Just wide.
Oh, the technique is superb from Enzo Fernandez, and Madueke doing an admirable job keeping possession. He reads, he lifts the ball into space, and as Enzo comes across, the technique is outstanding. Keeps his head down, comes across, tries to get laces. He's generating the bend away from the goalkeeper. And ends up going wide past the outside of that left post from Ben Said.
Already has a goal at this Club World Cup, the second in their opening group game, the 2-0 victory against LAFC in Atlanta. And here he is battling at the other end of the field now under the close attentions of Mokwana. Lack of too many goalmouth opportunities in this first half, but Achiampong now driving on and winning the free kick.
Ben Haida is going to feel as though he got a touch on the ball, not the player as he comes across on Achiampong. It's the arm. There's never a touch on the ball itself. And a dangerous set piece opportunity with just a few minutes remaining in this first half.
Enzo standing over it, and he has a prime view of all of that red and yellow mass behind the goal. One of only 3 players who started against Flamengo to start tonight for Chelsea. Here's the free kick, and it was Tosin. Chelsea score in added time at the end of the first half. That's a hammer blow for Esperance on a night where they have to win. But Chelsea and Enzo Maresca have just taken a big step towards the round of 16.
Well, we talked about moments for Esperance to be aware of the simplicity of committing a foul in the defensive third. Kanzari, the manager, isn't happy with the decision that goes against his club, but it's just a little dinked-in ball from Enzo. Tosin in an onside position, kept on by the captain, Mariah. As he rises up, he doesn't need a lot of height. The ball directly comes to his forehead. He torques to his left. He keeps it on the deck. Goalkeeper stood still, cement in his boots, doesn't react. Far post side net, a fantastic goal from Tosin. 4 goals in 37 appearances, adds another, and giving Chelsea the lead right before the halftime whistle.
Coming off his best scoring season of his career, and a big goal here in Philadelphia to give Chelsea the advantage. Right on the stroke of half-time. Sass quickly at the other end for Esperance. Oh, and he's gone through and he peels it back. Jorgensen had to be really alert. You can often be at your most vulnerable when you've just scored. Had a blow, though, that for Esperance. It was job half done, really, for them in terms of the way that they would want to enter this game and see it out on a night where they need a win. Now they know they need 2 goals And here's Delap. And it's his first goal for Chelsea. Liam Delap makes it 2 in added time at the end of the first half. Esperance's Club World Cup hopes are hanging by a thread now, but Chelsea are marching on.
Well, he came off the bench in his debut against LAFC and got the assist on Enzo Maresca's goal to make it 2-0 to the final whistle. And you can see the joy on his face and the understanding of what it means to score his first goal for the club that he now wears the crest on. He's in an onside position once again. It's Enzo. Quick little pivot and turn, but instead of going with the left-footed shot and the defender closing down space, watch this shimmy, watch the shake. Shows left, cuts back across, and it's the quick release. Has nothing to do with power, only placement. Goalkeeper at his mercy, again, does not react to goalkeeper Ben Said. And within 2 minutes, right before the halftime break, Chelsea get 2 goals through Tosin and now Liam Delap.
All that good work of Esperance in the first half just will amount to absolutely nothing. It's a first goal for Chelsea for the man that they've just paid some $40 million for, doubling the advantage given to them by Tosin just moments before added time, unwelcome time for Esperance. They trail 2-0 at the break. Katie with them and the team next. half. The red and yellow of Esperance playing from right to left. Chelsea have forsaken the blue tonight. They're all in white. Just that one alteration at half-time as Dybala comes on. Powerful presence in midfield. He stands at 6'3". But now it's the gamble moment. It's throwing the chips on the table. Esperance know they have to go for it. They need 3 goals, remember. For Chelsea, the night started, they would only actually need to get a point. They just had to avoid losing, and they knew they were through to the round of 16. But for this Esperance group, as we take a look at their starting lineup, or lineup for the second half, complete with a change, they knew they had to win. And that is a task now that looks a very tall one, unless they can get the game's next goal.
I'm really intrigued to see if Chelsea hold on to this win and face Benfica Saturday, June 28th in Charlotte. If this is maybe one of the new dynamics that Enzo Maresca is trying to evolve this group in, with Malo Gusto rolling into the viable changes that one starts to think about what the 2025-2026 campaign looks like for Chelsea.
Delap fouled by Guenichi. Free kick Chelsea.
What do we call him? Old school striker, but with modern day shin guards?
I think very much so. He's got the shin guards low as well, hasn't he? Which is a modern take. That's a Trent Alexander-Arnold. And many others as well in this era. If they don't pull those socks up right over the knees, that's the other trend, isn't it? Seems the Achimpong likes to do that. Ian Delap, whose father, Rory, of course, was playing Premier League football himself 12 years ago. Fine career with the likes, particularly of Southampton, where he was a cup finalist, and Stoke City. Group D as it stands. Flamengo going through as the winners. That's already confirmed going into tonight. And there's the shot over the top. And that's what they're going to have to do in this second half, take a chance.
Yeah, Guenichi, he's just following up. The 38, he pops in and rotated ball, keeps it on the deck. Good step by Badiashile. Changes the direction, and from that distance, the accuracy is going to have to be pinpoint, because you're never going to create the type of power and pace behind the ball that it's usually going to take to beat a goalkeeper the quality of Jorgensen.
You see their fans haven't stopped, and he hasn't stopped either.
I love his body language. Slightly frustrated, slightly disgusted.
It's that moment when you can but ask your players to do something, but you can't make them do it, and you can see him there.
I don't think it was lost on anyone what the challenge was going to look like this afternoon for Esperance. But if not for a moment of madness, or a couple of moments of madness in the dying moments of that first half, and the 45th plus 3, 45th plus 4, it all went sideways, and the complexity of this match almost becomes out of reach.
Well, Chelsea's loss against Flamengo was their heaviest defeat at a Club World Cup, and Brazilian opposition remain the only teams to actually beat them in this competition. But safe to say, if they were to ship 3 here, it's the stuff of nightmares for the Londoners, who are looking for more. And all the way into the box and going downwards in Nkunku, and the referee says no foul.
I think it's incredibly intelligent from Nkunku, because what he's trying to do is dribble into traffic. He's manipulating the ball away from the defender, and he's hoping that the physicality of the challenge leads to a whistle in his favor.
One of those whose future at Stamford Bridge is very much up for debate, although Enzo Maresca said yesterday he's our player, he's here with us. Player who's been dogged by injuries at times, but who also scored 14 goals in all competitions in this past season
Well, I thought Enzo made a really valuable point in that if they're with us, they're in my plans. Now, Jeremy Gittins, and it sounds like that might be closer and closer. And we know that was a real heated conversation about the potential departure from Borussia Dortmund before the start of this tournament.
That's right. I think at one point we wondered what shirt Gittins could be wearing at this tournament.
I think the one thing we've learned about Chelsea Football Club is they are not going to stand pat. And even with the amount of money spent, they will always look to either from a business perspective, think about deals or opportunities to gain money in the future, but in the short term also find better players than what's already available on their roster.
It's been a trademark very much in English football over the last decade or so. You look across the English leagues, down below the Premier League, the amount of players Chelsea have had that have signed, and they've sent them out on loan. Some of them never do make the breakthrough. Delap lays it back, Dewsbury Hall, Enzo over.
That looked like it took a touch on the way in.
He wants the corner.
Yeah, I think it did, and you can see the frustration from the captain, Enzo Fernandez. Instead of hitting it with laces, he elects to curl that ball with the inside of his right foot. Dewsbury Hall finds him, and he's trying to pick out that upper left-hand corner, and I think it took a deflection on the way in. Yep, a slight little graze of the head of the number 15 Tugai. And here's where the drawing of the contact from Nkunku, it's a smart idea, but the referee's not having any of it. Here's another view of it. Inside, outside, gets away, ball kind of skirts away, and then there's the contact between the two players. And the question is it the contact from the defenders, or is Nkunku drawing the contact?
They got the corner. And it will be Enzo Fernandez to take it. Claudio Schill went close earlier. Remember, Tosin has nodded one in from a set piece already. There he is, left of screen. Enzo delivers. And then that's Gusto leaning back, putting it over the top. DAZN brings you another blockbuster fight. Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois facing off again for the undisputed heavyweight title of the world in London, July 19th. Buy now on DAZN.com.
Now, the byproduct of getting those two goals late in that first half affords Enzo Maresca even more of a decision to keep his quote-unquote starting players on the bench for as long as possible. And after navigating a very long season, short turnaround time, the heat and the recovery in between matches, I don't think there was a better scenario for Enzo Maresca to watch his team in that first 45 minutes.
You also think he's got the likes of Mamadou Sarr on the bench.
Isogo.
Yeah.
He looked really good coming off the bench against LAFC the other day.
That's right. Sarr is yet to make his debut in a Chelsea shirt. He's just arrived from Strasbourg for some $16 million or so. 19-year-old French defender.
You think about Estevao and the man-of-the-match performances for Palmeiras. Even though it was largely on an island against Inter Miami, Kendry Paez, the Ecuadorian number 10, who's widely regarded as one of the most dynamic young number 10s coming through the system. It's a plethora of riches and early hedging of bets on young players developing through South America.
There's a problem for Tugai.
Or is it Jabri? I believe it's the striker Jabri who's reaching for that left knee. And again, with Youssef Balali out suspended, he got the goal, the game winner for Esperance against LAFC the other day down at Geodis Park in Nashville. Those incredible scenes of the Esperance fans marching down Broadway, creating quite the havoc that already is Broadway down in Nashville.
The biggest parade since the Vanderbilt students did it when they beat Tennessee.
That's right.
Well, I think Alabama. It was Alabama that they beat them last year. So Jabrier is getting some treatment. The spray was out. Now, they won't want to lose him. I mentioned earlier on, he's definitely a bit of a fan favourite when it's between him and Rodriguez for the starting berth up top. He got his chance tonight. He's had a precious little opportunity to make too much of an impact, though.
Yeah, he had those big 3 goals in their version of Champions League, even though they were dumped out by Mamelodi Sundown in the quarterfinals.
He's been a sub in both games, but it looks like his night is over. So Rodrigo Rodriguez comes into the game, the man who started the previous 2. Had 5 goals in all competitions this season. It was 29 last week. Jabri the man to come off. Still 0-0 between LAFC and Flamengo in the other game in Group D, which concludes tonight. Nothing really riding on that one. LA are out of the competition. Flamengo already through as the winners of this group.
And unfortunate for Steve Cherundolo and LAFC, because I thought they put in a really admirable performance that they could build upon against Chelsea, and then to lose and not come away with anything. Denny Bouanga just hitting the post against Flamengo, 57th minute. The penalty missed against Esperance down at Geodis Park. I think a lot of us were hoping that that match against Flamengo down in Camping World in Orlando was going to give them the opportunity to get into the round of 16.
Madueke plays it inside and then blasted over the top. Christopher Nkunku this time actually saw a path to goal, having gone down in the box before.
Oh, it's a wide play from Madueke, so dangerous. Early ball, takes his touch, finds the run of Nkunku, and as that ball bounced, can't keep it over. You can see the frustration.
A couple more changes coming up now.
Did your streaming expire when you least expected? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 6% cash back on online purchases for the first year from account opening. What would you like the power to do?
Lindelöf scoring his first goal for Chelsea following his transfer from Ipswich Town. Comes off the field. Dario Asugu is going to come on with his Chelsea debut in Atlanta against LAFC, the $25 million signing from Sporting Lisbon. Mark Guiu is on as well. Just over half an hour of what should be a straightforward run out for those substitutes.
Oh, a great opportunity for Enzo Maresca to watch a couple of young 19 and 20-year-olds adapt to the game speed and manage the game the right way. Unlike a preseason friendly where you're not really sure what you're going to get out when you mix and match a squad, now in this game environment, he'll get to see what these kids are made of and how they manage the game. An expectation of taking the game and seeing this game out against Esperance.
An hour played in Philadelphia. Chelsea with those 2 goals in added time at the end of the first half. Goals that have proved a huge boost for this man as he took his team to the locker room, I'm sure, and caused nothing but headaches for Esperance. So at that point, it was a case of so far, so good. Pedro Neto scored in consecutive games at this competition for Chelsea. If he was to get one tonight, he'd become the Club World Cup record goal scorer for the team in blue.
And important, right? After just 6 goals scored in all competitions this season, to get back-to-back goals, especially in a summer in which Chelsea was going to spend some money, is a good thing for the Portuguese winner. I thought he was incredibly dynamic, antagonistic, 1v1 defending, and as always, agitating. He's got such a great personality and appetite for competition.
And competition there certainly is within this Chelsea group right now. Nkunku reflecting that. Clean challenge as the referee. Mohamed Ben Ali. Comfortable now for Achiampong. There's a much changed back line tonight for Chelsea, but for the most part they've been untroubled. 1 or 2 scary moments, but nothing too significant so far.
We were having a friend of mine, we were having a conversation about just thinking about Matchday -1 training session, the recovery sessions post-match of getting a short, small-sided game in, and just the competition for spots. Something you would think midweek training there wouldn't be those tough, hard sessions of grinding through, but for Enzo Maresca, being able to manipulate those moments and get the best out of this roster every single time, not just the performance between the white lines for 90 minutes, but the attitude, how you present yourself, how training, the seriousness looks like. It's pretty incredible to think about.
And that'll be a free kick. Bali with the challenge on Noni Madueke.
Yeah, given advantage.
And it's just wide from the restart.
Well, 11 goals and 41 appearances for Madueke. Loves isolated 1v1, and this time the right back Mohamed Ben Ali, the number 2's tucked so far across. It gives time for Madueke to get his shot off. He's trying to keep it on the deck, looking to pick out that far post side net, just inches past that left post.
Looked like it was just going to nip in off the corner of the post as he hit it. Close to a Chelsea third. Gusto wins it back.
How many times has Jan Sass, the number 10, gone to ground today?
Not been a great night for Sass. A player, though, who owes his career, he said even his life, to a move to Wellington Phoenix in New Zealand. He was on the brink of quitting as a player as a 25-year-old. He had a lot of injury problems. He's walking in a shopping mall, takes a phone call. It's a phone call. Would you be interested in moving to New Zealand and playing? And he did. It changed everything for him. He found his way back to fitness, to scoring goals, and is now, of course, one of the stars of this Esperance team in the Tunisian league.
I think it's Champions League football, CIF football. And Esperance so consistent in the performance in CAF Champions League that the #1 ranked team over the last 4 years. I think one of the beautiful byproducts of this tournament, Tony, is the fact that there's a newfound respect for some of these teams that maybe we haven't been paying attention to. Specific to the Brazilian teams, absolutely, but the Japanese teams, the South African teams, the Tunisian teams, the Egyptian teams, the passion of the supporters, the ability from the technical side of the players. Now, we talked about in the first half, really interesting to see the summer transfer window and how many players are on the move specific to game time in this tournament.
Enzo for Achimpong. Dewsbury Hall finding the run of Nkunku.
He's been solid, Dewsbury Hall. I just can't figure out what his best position is with this group.
And his manager knows him well.
Yeah.
He's coached him from Manchester City via Leicester. And he's one of the players who could be on the move. There's some talk of interest from a former Chelsea manager in Graham Potter, now at West Ham United. Chasing, and Ben Said clearing away. And just on the subject as well, you're talking about some of the teams, some of the teams perhaps that you don't naturally know so much about. I had a chat with a journalist in South Africa before this tournament, and he was quite high on the Sundowns and said look out for them. A couple more changes coming up for Chelsea.
Live only on DAZN. He silenced Britain's best. Usyk, the Brit breaker, but now the dynamite is ready to explode. One night, one shot, and undisputed. Usyk versus Dubois 2. July 19th. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Captain's armband goes onto the arm of Tosin because Enzo Fernandez is going to come out. Manny Madueke has already taken his leave.
And Tyreek George, the 19-year-old, who I thought was fantastic coming off the bench in the 21-minute performance against LAFC, the 19-year-old looking really, really dangerous. And I believe it's the debut of Andre Santos. Spent some time on loan at Strasbourg, the 21-year-old getting a run.
That's right. Brazilian midfielder who made 34 appearances and scored 11 goals in a second loan spell at Strasbourg last season. It's been a long wait for him. He was signed by Chelsea in January 2023 from Vasco da Gama, and he's into the game.
Well, maybe as he comes back to Chelsea after his loan at Strasbourg, maybe that's the path of the opportunity for Estevao and Kendry Paez heading to Strasbourg.
Big blow for Santos, though. People feel if he doesn't get some chance at this tournament, that could be it really for him, but we'll wait and see. Of course, the European transfer window will operate until the end of August, so teams will kick off their Premier League campaigns and other of the big 5 leagues, and they may look different at the beginning of September to how they did at the beginning of August. So plenty of talking points across that Chelsea roster. Tugai, now Guinichi. You just sense the heart has been ripped out a little bit of Esperance, hasn't it, with those 2 goals in such devastating fashion before half-time. Let's see what they can do here, though. This is Ogbelu. He's been tigerish in midfield in this tournament. Set up for Ben Amida, and he's also had a really good engine at times. Taking the touch.
I didn't see a touch.
Looks like he's given the goal kick.
Well, he's gotten down this left-hand side, Ben Haidi. Based on his reaction, there's nothing to give away the thought process that he had earned a corner.
It was his galloping run upfield which set up Belaili for the all-important goal in Nashville against LAFC.
Yeah, and this is a part of the structure, and you had to be aware, and we've seen some of the temperament rise to unnecessary levels in the opening 2 matches, but Belaili picking up an unnecessary yellow against Flamengo, an unnecessary yellow against LAFC, and arguably the most dynamic player for Esperance unavailable because shown 2 yellows. And it is unforgiving in this group stage.
Tyreek George into the game. Nkunku. There's Tosin. His header which started it all.
Guiu's actually built bigger than Liam Delap.
Had an impact in European competition. Guiu for Chelsea. Hat-trick in the 5-1 home win against Shamrock Rovers in the Conference League group phase, the league phase of that competition. Youngest player to score a hat-trick for Chelsea in Europe. They've done one or two special things on the continent over the years, particularly the last 20 or so.
Yeah, probably won't have the same opportunity this season with being in Champions League and the fantastic finish. That fourth place spot locked up and the momentum squarely in their favors. But I think that was one of the beauties about playing in Conference League, even though a lot of people didn't think that Chelsea should be participating. Because the simple reality is that a lot of young players got some really important minutes.
So another change here by Esperance. Raid Bushniba, the 21-year-old, coming into the game.
Yeah, started that first match against Flamengo as a right back. Looks like he's going to be employed a little bit higher on this right-hand side.
Quite a lot of games as well domestically this season, so see what kind of impact he has slotting in at a time where Esperance's tournament life is just slipping away a little bit now. Although in the domestic league in general they were a free scoring side, they've actually struggled in recent times. Just a 1 goal scored in the last 3 games. They've not scored in open play for 4 games since they actually scored 5 in their penultimate league game of the season. And drawing a blank at the moment.
Yeah, slightly misjudged right there from Tosin, and with the arms up, easy decision for the referee. Rodriguez hasn't had the touches nor the presence that maybe we expected him to have, with some fresh legs and replacing Jabri at that number 9.
Well, here he's got a chance. He skips past Gusto. He's got support as well. His fellow sub in Bushniba is on to try and help him out, but ultimately the white shirts gather and regain possession.
I'm always impressed at how quick the recovery is of Malo Gusto. Just when you think a player is kind of squirmed away from him, he's got these quick little yards in him, closing down space and not afraid of shying away from a tackle.
Gusto employed in the left back role tonight. I suspect we won't see Reece James. Featured in the first 2 games, but also has been struggling with illness. Dewsbury-Hall skips away from one, doesn't get past Mariah, the captain. He goes off and running, and now he's left a gap. Dewsbury-Hall, Guiu, 3 in the middle, and he was looking to pick out Dewsbury-Hall, who was lining up the volley.
But the angle of the pass and the weight of the pass from Dewsbury-Hall absolutely killed Guiu.
Tyreek George. Nkunku deflected, behind it goes.
Well, the potential of an arm being in the way right there from Mariah. Keep an eye on the captain as this ball comes across. That's a handball. That is away from his arm. You could tell by the instinctual pullback and feigning of innocence We heard a whistle, but the question is, did the referee immediately point to the spot? The idea of how you stay as big, making yourself as big as possible, that's no longer. Any type of daylight, you're at the threat and the mercy of the referee as well as VAR today. Nicholas Gallo.
Well, they are the people that are looking at this.
Yeah, that's a pen. It certainly is a pen. No hesitation from the referee. That's the whistle. And an opportunity to make it 3-0.
And Christopher Nkunku is going to be the man to take it. Ben Said saved a Denny Bouanga penalty in Esperance's victory over LAFC. He's up against Christopher Nkunku for Chelsea. Inside the last 15 minutes at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. But he might have to wait a bit longer. Just want to be absolutely sure it caught the arm. He was pulling it away, but the way he pulled it behind him, it was like clearly a guilty conscience.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it should take so long. It was clear based on the first replay that we saw. It certainly isn't benefiting the stress of Nkunku standing over this ball. It benefits the goalkeeper. The psychological element of delay always goes against the penalty taker.
And still the wait goes on.
I'm just not so sure what could be clear and obvious in the looks that we had that would suggest that this shouldn't be a penalty. But the line of intervention, it's moved quite frequently between the different groups of referees. He's going to head over to the monitor.
My only thought, looking at the replays we've seen, is if they're wondering if it catches his midriff as he's getting his arm out the way, and maybe
if it comes off his body first,
hits him
correct.
kind of off his upper hip area rather than off the arm, and that might be what VAR are looking at and asking him to now look at again. Or indeed just the positioning of the arm.
I mean, it's away from his body.
Is. Could it be deemed to be naturally there? But it's certainly making his body bigger.
Oh, was there a slight redirection off his hip? I mean, I think we've watched it 5 or 6 times. I'm still not sure.
It's tough to overturn, but let's see what the referee's going to say.
After on-field review, there is not a punishable handball. This is natural position. The final decision is drop ball for the goalkeeper.
So no penalty and a natural position of the arm.
I'm not sure exactly in the laws of the game as we read the definition and the words on paper of natural position. It's one of the most difficult things, I think, for me to either try to describe or try to understand. But big picture, it's not a decision that's going to have a massive effect on the game outside of Chelsea getting the 3rd goal and putting this game to bed in the final 10 minutes. But those are theoretically one of the moments, hopefully in the future, where we can lean into the conversation between VAR and the referee and hear the step-by-step process and the educational moments of why exactly that's been decided.
I think we both came from the school there that it's hard to see them overturning the call on the field with the evidence available, but we got the explanation, and that's of course what they're doing in this competition. We see it week in, week out in Major League Soccer.
Yeah, and I can understand the conversation about distance or lack thereof, but I think at this point we're all so nervous about what is or is not handling inside the penalty area that if there is a crack of daylight between the silhouette of the body and the arms, we're just under the assumption that the call would stand and it wouldn't be something that would be enough where VAR would intervene and change the direction of the call.
And in that is the ongoing challenge of the lawmakers at IFAB. Now, Group F will take centre stage next. Borussia Dortmund looking to lock in their spot in the last 16 as they take on Ulsan HD, who are fighting to stay alive in the tournament. Meanwhile, we're just talking about the Mamelodi Sundowns. They clash with the Brazilian giants Fluminense, also both fighting for a spot in the last 16. Both matches free and exclusive on DAZN tomorrow from 2 p.m. Eastern. And remember, if you want to watch both matches at once, upgrade to DAZN Premium and stream on 2 devices so that you never miss a moment.
How strong has Fluminense been? But then, as I say that, those 3 goals that Mamelodi Sundowns scored against Borussia Dortmund the other afternoon, I mean, you talk about prideful performance. Take another look at the goal scored from Tosin, 45th plus 3 from the referee's view, and just an exquisite header for that far post side net. And then the look up over the top, Liam Delap inside outside, feints with his left, grabs the defender's attention, back to his more preferred right foot, and on the deck. And at both moments, within 2 minutes, Esperance goalkeeper just completely stoned to his line.
We don't have the joy of Brad Guzan with us tonight, but I'd like his opinion on the keeper there. He's rooted, isn't he, for the second one in particular with Delap. Well, he doesn't move for the Tosin one either, but the direction of them it just seems like he cannot pivot his body at that moment.
Well, there's not a lot of people that would disagree with the polar bear, Brad Guzan. Looks like Mamadou Sarr, the 15 million product, spent some time at Strasbourg, the 19-year-old replacing Malo Gusto. Final 18 minutes or so, or excuse me, 8 minutes or so.
And there we are. Right on time, Dunny. A debut for the 19-year-old. £12 million Chelsea paid to Strasbourg for his services.
And if I'm not mistaken, Nkunku and Tosin are the oldest players on the field at 27 for Chelsea.
Well, they've had the youngest average starting lineup in the Premier League last season. This is a young group. Konate and Sass have gone off, and Jebeli and Tika have come into the game for the final 7 minutes plus stoppages off the back of the cooling break on a warm night in Philadelphia.
Yeah, last throw of the dice for Kanzari, going with 2 attacking players, sacrificing midfield stability on the defensive side with the hopes of getting one and making it nervy, similar to what we saw last night at Hard Rock Stadium between Inter Miami and Palmeiras.
Tika is the man who wins the free kick. Chiheb Jebeli, the other change. And he's standing over the free kick here to the right. Esperance just cause a little bit of concern, but of course they need 3 goals to go through. It's miracle tendencies now, and they're not going to do it like that.
Yeah, Denny Bouanga getting his goal for LAFC, making it 1-0 over Flamengo, 84th minute down at Camping World in Orlando. So a prideful performance from the MLS side.
LA, of course, out of the competition. They lost to both of these sides we're watching.
And Flamengo is getting set to play Bayern Munich, second place finisher in Group C. That'll be Miami on Sunday, June 29th. And as of right now, Chelsea going to face Benfica June 28th on Saturday down in Charlotte.
And that will be a first meeting since Chelsea and Benfica clashed over 2 legs in the 2011-12 Champions League quarterfinals. Frank Lampard and Raul Meireles in the first leg for Chelsea in a victory, and then Salomon Kalou in the away leg, a 1-0 win. And of course that year Chelsea went on to win the Champions League. So could there be an omen as they hit Benfica in the round of 16? A new generation of Chelsea stars now.
I was just going to say, how much fun was it in the prep for this game? Looking back to the different Club World Cup rosters that Chelsea had put together and just seeing so many iconic names.
Now then, this is a chance for the substitute to get the cross into the box. But there's an offside flag up, actually, as that ball was delivered in by Jebeli. Yes, they've had some fine servants, of course, in these last few years. Enzo Maresca is now charged with bringing a little bit of stability back after another huge outlay of funds, of course, with the change in ownership over the last 5 years.
I'm really intrigued to see how he verbalizes what the season looks like. There's a certain amount of pressure to build upon Conference League trophy as well as the top 4 finish. But it was interesting for all of us back in that December, early January period where Chelsea was in touching distance of the top spot alongside Liverpool. And he downplayed it, talking about the inexperience. And we all thought it was a bit ridiculous. But proof in concept, first yellow shown. And then all of a sudden, once they refound their moment, got their feet back underneath them, Chelsea was one of the most consistent performers in the Premier League while balancing Conference League. Take another look. Easy decision for the referee from his perspective to show yellow.
It's Dybala into the book. The substitute came on at half-time. Well, that's right. If it wasn't for one significant wobble during the season, they might well have been higher than they ultimately finished. They got to 69 points and finished 4th. The cups weren't great for them domestically in England. Went out in the 4th round in both of them. But the season ending with them lifting a trophy, or that portion of the season, we are technically still running in that season with this Club World Cup. But just an idea of the evolution and the change, and of course reflecting some of the money that's been spent at Chelsea. Yeah. Just today reported that Kepa Arrizabalaga is going to join Arsenal. Of course, they paid $90 million to sign him some 7 years ago, Chelsea, and he just spent last season out on loan at Bournemouth.
Got to figure out what to do. We got to figure out what to do with Georgi Petrovic as well. It'll be interesting. Jadon Sancho returning. Where's his next move? Raheem Sterling. There's obviously excess on this roster. They're going to want to trim the fat and continue the evolution of who they believe in, who they don't believe in, who Enzo wants to bring in, the business aspect of it. It's truly fascinating watching the club as they continue whatever this evolution looks like when we're able to describe it properly.
That's how Group D looks. We can describe that right now as Flamengo going through as the winners. That was confirmed going into tonight. Chelsea's job was to avoid an upset, and they've done that pretty professionally as we approach the final minute in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was a quick response for Flamengo. They leveled the scoreline right after Denny Bouanga's opener. 1-1, 88th minute down at Camping World Stadium in Orlando, and Alan almost just got the second.
Flamengo and Bayern meeting on Sunday in Miami at 4 o'clock Eastern. That should be a really good game. Been impressed with Bayern, although they were surprised today. Remember, beaten 1-0 by Benfica, who Chelsea are now on a path to face. And what about Auckland getting a draw in a weather-affected game in Nashville against Boca Juniors?
I'm not sure what it says more for Auckland City or more disparaging for Boca Juniors. Disappointment in the performances in this tournament, but the fans were extraordinary. Many bomboneras everywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, the scenes from their first couple of group games, truly wonderful. Marantiel's goal against Bayern will go down as one of the goals of the tournament. We're into 7 minutes of added time. Gu now looking for a third for Chelsea, but that's blocked by the keeper, Ben Said. Didn't really feature in the Premier League this season. 19-year-old Spaniard. And repelled by the goalkeeper with that shot. Largely a spectator during a chunk of the season due to a hamstring injury as well. So these are good minutes in summer tournament soccer for him.
I think it's also important to point out and keep in mind for Esperance, a lot of people thought when this draw came through and LAFC was the final team to qualify for the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup, that Esperance was most likely going to end up 4th in their group. With the way the other results are holding, they're going to end up in 3rd. And I think it says a lot about the mentality, the opportunity, and what they've brought to this tournament, especially with their fans, with an incredible culture and atmosphere shown throughout these 3 matches.
It's a tired challenge there from Aguero.
That's those 2 feet coming across, split second late, second yellow. And always dangerous when the bottom of the studs of both feet are shown. I think he's been really, really impressive, the Nigerian international, in that heart of the midfield.
And that's why they're keeping him at Esperance for now, with the contract extension signed recently for a further 2 years. 22-year-old Nigerian. The question for Enzo Maresca now, as we look at a player like Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, is what he does next game. He's really rotated tonight. He's made 8 changes, in part down to just he's got the squad that can do it, also in part down to the fact that he wanted to rest some players. So now, who's done enough to say, I want to be starting, and who are the obvious ones to come back in, you feel? Neto has scored in both games so far, but Delap has scored tonight. He's the fresh new signing. You've got to feel Caicedo would come straight back in. Cole Palmer would come in, and there you go.
Look at the banter. Yeah, the banter that's happening on the bench. It's something as former players we all miss. No, I think I would assume that the starting 11 against Benfica on Saturday in the knockout round in Charlotte with this group of players is going to look very similar to the starting 11 that he rolled out against Flamengo. And I think he had that in mind based on what the starting 11 looked like this evening and also what the game allowed him to do in terms of saving more players.
Nkunku, who of course was all set to step up from the penalty spot a few minutes ago, only to see that call overturned. Ricochet finds its way by Anchupong to George, saved by the legs of Ben Said. Givelli trying to bring it away.
Can you even imagine? Isolated 1v1 with Badiashile. Take another look as the ball's laid out. Watch slows it down, and Tyreek George knows that he can strike with his left foot. A little kick save with his left, Ben Said. But just watching Badiashile isolated 1v1, can you imagine dribbling at him and thinking that you can actually get around him?
It's not something I've ever had to envisage doing in the level of my soccer playing career.
You missed out on your six-a-side tonight.
You're having a kickabout tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah, mate, it was my weekly six-a-side tonight. Not sorry to miss that in the 100-degree temperatures. You're having a kickabout in the morning, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm nervous. Juan Pablo Angel, Luis Garcia and company. That's where you just try not to get embarrassed. Try to keep your dignity intact.
If I was you, I'd go and stand in the middle and direct things. Play the odd no-look pass and...
That's okay. I'll sacrifice Jamie Watson with a 50-50.
Just don't get him wound up, for goodness sake. This is two-guy now. Forward it goes to Benamida. 90 seconds left of the added time.
Yeah, really professional performance this evening from Chelsea. And obviously what's going to haunt Esperance, oh, that's a heavy challenge.
Referee's played advantage. He might come back to that. Here's Nkunku. And now they can have a go through George, and the keeper did not get enough of it. And Chelsea have a third. Added time has been Chelsea time tonight. 2 in first half stoppage time, and Tyreek George wraps this up with a third in the final minute.
Well, the 19-year-old was electric against LAFC in his 21-minute cameo appearance. And a few minutes ago, he was isolated 1v1, and he took a quick step over. An acute angle wanted his left foot. This time, he follows up, and as he trails the play, he's rewarded. No immediate pressure. A unique way of generating power and placement. Watch, he uses more of the instep with the adductor. And that's a goalkeeper blunder. You can tell by the reaction of Ben Said, the lack of the reaction. Goalkeeper has to do better. He's been poor on all 3 goals tonight. He knows. Nonetheless, a great goal for the 19-year-old English international. He gets dabs to the head, and 3-0 for Chelsea.
A couple of goals in the regular season, all competitions. He really shouldn't have found a way past him with that shot, Ben Said, but unfortunately a sorry end for the goalkeeper. Sorry end for Esperance, ultimately, who brought so much to this tournament. But it's over for them, and Chelsea, over to you. They're into the round of 16, where they'll face Benfica. Brian Dudson.
Well, we were looking to see how Chelsea would respond to